Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope today finds you well. Don't worry, while there's a little bit of a gross in this game, I mean, it's not that bad, right? So, no need for 15 viewer discretion warnings this time around. To kind of redo my setup for this game. Fun fact, I actually can't move the window for the game, which is just funny. So, you know how you put a thing in a window and you just move it around the screen. Usually I prefer to have the actual game I'm streaming pretty much dead center right here. So I can look at chat at a glance and I can look at camera at a glance. But since I can't move it, I'm going to be looking up there in the upper left corner all day. Because that's where the game is. So, SOMA. Believe it or not, I've actually gotten a lot of requests to play this game. And you can probably tell because there's more people on this thing than usual. Before I go any further, I do want to say thank you and shoutouts to Harriet, Scion of the Emperor, Nero21, Kai Snow, NG plus RNG, Floating Triangles, Ross, XX Venom SNM, SNMXX, Tizara, Kiko's More, Mr. Red, Mr. Botland, Theodore Caesar Mosby, Wonder Wizard, The Dust Biter, Savicom, Jaren Dauphine, and of course the person who put this on the game or put this on the block, Pilot Shoss. Thank you, all of you, very much. Oh, also I have some deets for this one. This one took 427 days to fund, despite being a relatively short game. Yeah, it's one of those things. I see this a lot because people are like, hey, please do this game. And then nobody donates for it. I told you, Plutonia, nobody listens to me. So, SOMA. Now, a little bit of a, I guess a warning. You know, I don't know what to call that. I already know the big twist of the game. But Lord, hang on. If you're paying attention, there have been 2 other games this month that we've covered, or rather within the last month, because it wasn't in June. And those 2 other games, I have said, I already know the big twist for the game. And the answer for why has been exactly the same each time. It was a game I never had any intention of playing, and someone asked my opinion on it. So I just thought I'd mention, walking into it, that I know the stuffs. I wanted to say something else, though, because this is a true sentence. No, I haven't seen the whole game. No, I know the end details. I know certain fragments here and there. I know what the WAU is. Let's put it that way. But that's about it. So I got to share that. Yeah, this is going to be semi-blind. When this game was first added to the list, 427 days ago, roughly, I was like, okay, well, let's see what we got here. And I went to Google. I got a sub from Claude Anderson. Thank you, Claude Anderson. Very, very much, as always. I always appreciate it. And if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Excuse me. So I went to Google it, right? Type in SOMA, all caps. First thing I get is soma.com, serving women's lingerie, bras, panties, and sleepwear. They also have swimwear as well. I was a little confused by this, so I pulled it up in a private window, and sure enough, SOMA is actually a whole brand of women's lingerie. Like a whole line, and I'm looking at this like... Now, occasionally, it doesn't actually happen all that often, but occasionally, I get people who are just trying to, take the piss, right? So I'm like, are you sure you want me to play SOMA? They're like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, give me some other details about this game. Because at this point, I hadn't heard about all that. And they're like, oh, yeah, sure, no. And so I typed in that, and that got me the game. But I just wanted to share that the second result I got is the service-oriented model architecture, which anybody who works in IT probably actually knows about. Honestly, the IT thing is actually probably a deliberate reference. Because, yeah. Anyways, moving on. Actually, I do remember that, Claude Anderson. My memory's weird, but it's pretty good. Thank you for sharing. For real. I mean that. A lot of people, I don't know how to put this. A lot of people don't give positive comments. They tend to only give negative comments. So, it is nice to have positive comments. Thank you. Fallout New Vegas is still there. The list is going through some troubles right now. We're figuring out. We're actually one step closer to fixing the list, by the way. We have a fatal bug, so it doesn't work yet. But we are one step closer to actually getting everything back on the website and working as intended. So I do apologize for that. So, oh, I should probably pull up the QA bot. Now, if I finish this game today, that'd actually be great for the schedule. We'll see. Alright. Changes the whole thing, too. Alright, let's go back. So I did want to share one thing. So there's a hint system, which we'll be leaving off, of course. And visual distortion effects, which we can leave on for the moment. But there's something else, which I'm not seeing here, which I was expecting to see. There's something they patched in, I know. Maybe you have to start the game to see it. But I know there's a pacifist mode, which they patched into the game, and I don't see, and whatever. We're not going to do that, of course. But I just want to say that I kind of like that they bothered to do that. What's up, Hazardous? Good morning, Eva. And there's the sub. I was about to say, thank you, Reldon. Very much, as always. And that's going towards Dungeon Siege 2. Tough. God, that looks weird when I do that. The effects are off? What effects are off? What are you talking about? Are you sure? Because that looks like that's on to me. That looks like that's on to me. But I'll admit that's an assumption. If I'm being 100% honest. Hey, let me write this down for Dungeon Siege too, real quick. Before I forget. There we go. Awesome. So I hope you enjoyed the VOD, Claude Anderson. Or being here. Or anything. I'm going to assume that's on. New game. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so there's safe mode. The monsters are still creepy, but they can't kill you. So it is exactly what it sounds like. It is safe mode. You do not have to actually worry about the gameplay. You can just go through the story. No, Scion of the Emperor. So, okay. I hate to delay, but Scion of the Emperor asks a very good question. Some of you, most of you, should be aware of the fact that the price of things was increased by, I think it's actually 3.27. There's a very precise increase in price, because I keep very precise records on how much is funded versus what. Now, here's the funny thing. You might say, well, you're doing that until you get caught up, right? Well, I'm not caught up yet. Even as of now, nothing having been funded since January, I am still 225.85 hours behind. Now, that number has been shrinking drastically. Earlier, back in January, that number was actually 799.889 hours behind. So obviously, we have shrunk that number substantially. But my point is that we are still, in terms of funding versus running, hundreds of hours behind. So the price will probably change once we get to the point where we're caught up. What it will change to, I don't know, because I will be doing the math to change it very precisely. So, and inflation has nothing to do with anything. Inflation, I mean, go to your employer and ask for an inflation raise and see how much they laugh at you. Anyways, let me get rid of this so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. There we go. Okay. So, boop. This is going to be weird, just playing like this, looking over here. I should just adjust my whole seat so I'm, like, facing this way. Okay. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away.
Are you okay, Simon? I think you're bleeding.
Oh, that's nothing. It's just my brain can't stop bleeding from the accident.
Here, take this.
No, that's for later, for the scan.
It's green.
Ashley, I need to tell you something.
Simon, please don't make this weird.
No, it's not like that. Why now?
Who's David Munchie?
Why is there never enough time?
For what?
Christ. Yeah, I'm up.
Hi, Simon Jarrett?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is David Munchie. We spoke earlier.
The brain scan. I remember.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just a bad dream. Are we still on for today?
Yeah, that's why I'm calling. I wanted to remind you to drink the tracer fluid I sent you. It'll help me capture a better image of the damages.
Don't worry, I got it somewhere.
Okay, great. Well, I'll see you in a couple of hours then.
Okay.
Hold up. Smooth mouse. Off.
Okay, see you soon.
There we go. God, that was awful. I was gonna spit if I had to deal with that. Well, shoot, hang on. I have to pause the stream now because Sign of the Emperor just donated something quietly in the background. I mean, mouth smoothing exists for controllers, but it's a good question. Someone smarter than me could probably explain that a bit better. Like, why even bother? Good morning, Eon Dragon. So, I'm gonna, like, bow diagonally here. Thank you, Sign of the Emperor, very much. Always and ever. And I will put that towards Dune. Spice Wars. It's one I've had my eye on anyways. Although, obviously, it's not out yet, so I haven't really been looking into it that big. I like how the hints and tutorials are all for a controller. It's not obvious I'm not using a controller. I should probably just unplug this thing.
Where did I put the tracer fluid?
Maybe it'll acknowledge I don't have a controller then. Thank you for participating in a research. The scan will be performed at Pace Laboratories in Toronto, but since we're guests, our access is a little bit unpredictable. I'll try to schedule a scan session for Saturday. I'll be back to you and confirm. Mr. Janny, happy to hear your headaches have become less frequent. Your latest test show your brain is slowly recovering. Still too early to tell how well it'll adjust to the damage. Your bleeding will continue over the next few months, at least. You'll need to come to the hospital a few times to drain the cavity to prevent the blood from building up pressure. Since excess stress could be fatal, I've written you a prescription for Prozacin to help you with your nightmares. Please read the instructions and medicate accordingly. Try to get a lot of rest. I'll see you next week.
Forgot to hit send. Does it matter? I already told him about it.
This is a message from us. Jesse, since you probably forgot, here's reminding you I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, aka I'm not coming into work. Means you need to make sure you're actually on time to open up the store, and please unpack boxes behind the counter. It's starting to become a workplace hazard. Also, the books tend to sell better if they're on shelves where people can actually see them. Yes.
Better late than never.
Whatever, let's find our meds, shall we?
Come on, radioactive tracer fluid, where are you?
That's a good question. Turn on the lights, first of all. There we go. Why do I move like my legs are made of pudding? Jesus. Anyways, Eon Dragon, while I'm While I'm doing this, I'll go ahead and answer you. So the reason the list is gone is because we're adding new functionality to it. But as a direct consequence, the new functionality needs to be fully ready to go before we can update the list. Which meant that the list was just sitting there completely out of date. So, between the choice of just letting the list sit there be completely inaccurate, or going ahead and just nuking it, I went ahead and nuked it. It's fine, all I did was, you know, break my brain. It's fine, it's fine. But the new functionality is that you'll be able to sort the... That's gross. Oh yeah, there's going to be a minor gore warning for this one. Nothing nearly as bad as Franbo, don't worry about it. You will be able to sort by how long it has been since someone put interest into a game. Kind of a more accurate way of gauging interest, put simply. And thank you, Camper Derby, very much for the sub. So, what is Cult of the Lamb? Oh, it's a great feature, I think, and it's been widely requested, and it's something I've been wanting to do forever. The reason it's taken so long to implement it is because it's really hard to do. Let's look this up. Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb. I've never heard of this one. I should probably mention, this is appropriate given the game we're streaming, that we are substantially harsher about adding horror games than before. As several people have pointed out, I probably shouldn't have even allowed Franbo to be added to the list. It's not a dig, Sign of the Emperor. It's on me, not you. But I'm just pointing out that henceforth, and forevermore, we're going to be substantially harsher about allowing horror games onto the list. Yeah, it's the first game I've ever had to give multiple viewer discretion warnings. It's actually funny in its own right, because it's like... we turned it into a joke. It's like, are you bothered by eye things? Or teeth things? Or gore things? Or abuse things? Or like, all the triggers. Franbo was just all of them. And that's not even really a joke. It just kind of hit every trigger. I had something like 40 people leave the stream piece by piece by piece, just like, oh, okay, no, and they were just out. This one's just existentialism. That's whatever. Well, do me a favor, Camper DRB. I'll look into this later. Give me a backup. And otherwise, I'll put it towards that. Oh, yeah, there's also dead pets. Believe it or not, that was a trigger, too. I actually had someone flat out reach out to me saying, you know, as soon as they murdered that cat, that was too much for me, and they peaced out. That's not a joke. Cruelty to animals is actually what that one is. Okay, dealer's choice. Done. Let's see if we can find these stupid drugs. That is an interesting camera. It's a DSLR, something I've actually thought about getting for my show. The problem with DSLR cameras is that they suck for streaming for 10 hours a day.
Summer's coming. Hope it's a good one.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing that bugged me at Evo. As I mentioned, even during the rumination, it's like, well, that's a possibility, and we're throwing it out the window. Just nope. That's what we think of that idea. Yeah, exactly, Monobret. You get it. That's exactly my point. Is that Franbo was just an everything trigger warning. So, yeah. Where the hell are my damn pills?
There it is.
Yeah, nothing was sacred in Frenbo. That's a good way to put it. I sure hope so, Hazardous.
Milk, but the taste, it's like sucking on a penny.
Yeah. And hang on, I just got a donation there. Let's see here. I should probably mention that the big questions this game brings up are things that I don't want to say I'm immune to. It's just stuff I solved for myself years ago, you know what I mean? So this one isn't going to bug me that much, but if you are bothered by things like existentialism, existential dread, do I exist, am I real, stuff like that, that's going to be the trigger for this game, okay? Thank you, Eon Dragon, very much. As always, and as ever, much appreciate. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the VODs. And I'm glad to know that people actually watch those VODs. Oh. Also true, Plutonia. And I've put that towards Bug Fables, a game I hope to play someday. Alright, so we took the pills. Now what? Are we done pill taking? We're done pill taking. Everything's cool. Oh yeah, by the way, I just gotta say this. The guy who came up with continuity is an idiot! We'll talk more about why later. I wanted to say that up front.
I don't want to keep the doctor waiting. I'll shower when I get back.
Oh, okay, fine. Let's turn off all the lights. I want to run up the bill. You'll see, Michael Javier. You don't know what it means, don't worry about it. I am a slob, apparently. You know, hang on. Hang on. This is ridiculous. Clean up after yourself, you goddamn slob. Get in there. Nope. Well, no, I think mostly the guy who came up with continuity is just a moron. I don't really have anything else to say about that, to be completely honest. Don't remember his name. And don't care that much. Yeah, seriously, can I take out the trash? God, a slob. You know what the funny part is? This place is probably more expensive than my place is. This stupid little flat. I'm not sure what engine this is in. I think it's the same engine as Amnesia. Same developers. Is this Unity? I don't actually know.
Nothing works anymore, I tell you. Conservative my ass.
I mean, that's a good quote, Sam. What?
Jesse.
Hey, Simon. I got your email. Just wanted to wish you good luck and let you know I got you covered.
Thanks. I should be able to come to the store after the scan.
Don't sweat it. I got Matt and Chris helping me out.
Maddie from SNL?
Guess you didn't hear? He's coming in full time, working the comics section.
That's Ashley's job.
Yeah, well, you know.
Forget it. Not doing her any favors by leaving an empty spot. Not like she's coming back.
Well, good luck. Hope they find a way to reverse the whole, you know, dying thing.
Dying thing? You're the worst support ever.
What should I say?
I'll see you later, Jesse. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone.
Over and out, buddy. Won't find me in a broken booth. All a big setup.
can always tell how much a company spends on its public transport by how clean it is. Usually by the smell, too. Alright,
Dr. Munchie?
interesting.
This is the place, right? It must be. Let's just call Munchie real quick. Where is everyone? Thought this place would be busy.
And then giant nightmare creatures leap from beyond the grave to murder me horribly. Good morning, Space Cadet.
Dr. Munchie? Can you hear me? Hello?
What's the Deus Ex number? I can never remember what it is. Ah, oh. Thank you. We got a few hours. I got a hold of Simon. Let's do this. I saw your laptop. Are you already here? Call me ASAP. Talked to Pace about using the lab this week. Managed to book the scanner for tomorrow morning and again on Friday. It's not a lot like they said. We could use the empty reception area as a kind of office. It'll allow us to use their computers to run models, and also if a time slot opens up, we can get in and use the scanner rig right away. Yeah. I thought we could run some tests tomorrow. We could do a scan of each other and learn the equipment. It's supposed to be pretty easy. On Friday, I'm helping Dr. Erin Peak. We'll send somebody over. She has a patient that was recently in a car crash. Should be interesting. Found some extra time in the lab today. Unfortunately, nobody knows about the code change. So I called security Dr. Professor Wine, have to vouch for our project, and finally got a hold of some honcho at Pace's legal department. Re-grant us permission to use the lab. I'm not allowed to repeat the code in mails or text, but I'll leave a note or something in case we forget. Hokally dokally. Well, let's find a note or something. Unless I have to go through there, which I hope not. Yeah, it's actually extraordinarily common to have the auto lockout at a certain amount of lack of interaction thing in most workplaces that I've worked in. There we go. Get some sunlight in here. Jesus. Now, I was asked to show the painting, which I think is this thing. Can I crouch? I do have a crouch button. There you go. So let's see. It's a terrible painting. It's the kind of thing I would paint. It's terrible. You should see my artwork. I am just the worst artist. 4 years. 4 years of art school. I'm terrible. Okay, so... No, I don't do surrealism. I have to do representative stuff, though, because I can't draw literal. Now, that's just terrifying. We're going to ignore that one. There's also one back there, but I can't seem to interact with it. Anyways, let's actually look for this damn node, shall we? Unfortunately, most of my art I'm actually proud of, I don't have scans of. Like, I once did this wonderful fabric dye painting, which my mother has. And she only lives a few thousand miles from me, so that's whatever. I don't like that thing, though. Come on. Hey, Mr. Red. We're not in Computerville yet. Give us a few minutes. This is how you computer, right? You just... Come on. Come on. Come on. Go into the computer. Yeah, okay, whatever. Listen, over a decade of IT and networking experience has taught me the first thing you do is you just smash the USB key onto the laptop monitor. I love it. I try not to take it too personally because I understand that Hollywood is stupid about everything. But one of my personal favorite things about Hollywood and computers is they all assume that the monitor is where the computer is. I don't know about you, but like my monitor is a good several, about 7 or 8 feet from my computer, for example. Never mind back where I used to work, where my computer was probably closer to about 50 feet from where my monitor was. Because, you know, that's how that usually works. You have a bank of monitors, and they're connected to the hub, and the HUD's connected to all the computers, which are way over there in another room. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe all of Hollywood is just ousting themselves as Mac users. That's what it is. Okay, I'm actually out of ideas. Where the hell is this stupid code? What incredibly obvious stupid thing am I missing? Maybe if I could try up here. Get a little more height first. Hey, there we go. Hey! More height. Hang on, let's go over here. And up. Oh, hang on. CQ8! There it is! We did it! There's a drawer in the desk? I was already in the drawer in the desk. Oh, for God's sakes. 2501. Let me in. Hello? Hello? Giant creepy things coming here to murder me and rip out my brains? Hello? Uh-huh. Wow, that's gonna take a while. Seriously, that's probably gonna take a few months. Or years. Okay, we're good. What we got? What we got? Some light going. God, does nobody turn on their frickin' lights in this game? Oh, right, this is Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Right. Forgot. Uh-oh. Guys, the clock's broken. We have no idea what time it is. Yes, this is a little bit more accurate. You see this? This is not your computer. That's your computer over there. Sorry, I'm done. Like I said, Hollywood gets everything wrong, so, you know.
Oh, hi. Didn't hear you come in. Simon Jarrett, right?
Dr. Munchie?
Well, it's just Mr. Munchie, but I'm working on it. Actually, you're helping me right now.
Is this part of your thesis work?
Yeah, it's a study I'm doing with my colleague Paul Berg. We hope to design a gentle way to work with brain reconstruction, to help people like you. Oh, did you take the tracer fluid?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Great. Well, we can start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, why don't you have a secretary or staff or anyone or anything? Hell, I have... Well, actually, I don't anymore, but used to have a thing where I could actually have a frickin' camera looking out my front door saying, oh, hey, someone's here.
Please, have a seat.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, the problem is this just sounds super sketch, which is funny, given what's about to happen. Oh, no kidding, S-Diesel. Hardware heats up like most people don't even know, honestly.
Let me just get this out of the way. You are Simon Jarrett, correct?
Right.
Toronto, Canada, David Munchie. Born 1988, July 16.
Right.
He's younger than I am.
Version 6. Good. All files in order.
Will this hurt?
It's just a scan. It'll hurt about as much as getting your picture taken.
Indians thought cameras would steal their souls.
Is that so? Well, let's hope they're wrong. Ready? Say cheese.
So, I'm just going to say cheese really quick, and we'll see when that comes back, okay? Just remember that I said cheese.
What happened?
Hi, TSB. Hi, Qualitas. Hi, everyone I haven't said hi to, by the way.
Hello? Mr. Munchie?
Well, this is promising.
Did something go wrong?
Swiss cheese. All Swiss, all the time. I'm also fond of Parmesan, Gorgonzola, mozzarella.
This isn't funny!
Hold up. Thought I turned that off. Well, I turned the bloom off, I think. Let's turn that off, see if that helps a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Well, that's about as unblurry as I can get it, everyone. Sorry. I don't have an Omni tool on me. I also don't know what an Omni tool is. Well, there's blood. That's a good sign. A lot of blood leading to the thing I was just in. That's a great sign, actually. Well, this is all fascinating, really. Huh. Okay. I knew it was sketch. I knew it was sketch. All I'm going to say right now, Evo, is cheese. Hey, we gotta test something. Just occurred to me. Hey, multiple saves. Woo, no negatives for that. I hate giving the save negatives. I stand by them. We've worked through the logic of that dozens and dozens and dozens of times. But it always bothers me when a game gets the save negative. Let me jot down some notes really quick before I forget. I mean, yeah, exactly, Darth. It's nuts. There are very specific types of games which can get away with not having the save negative. They are few and far between, and they're generally not the kind of stuff we tend to cover. Like MMOs, right? Because MMOs are technically one save slot. Well, that's not true, because each character would effectively be different save slots, never mind. That's... Okay, so... Yeah, MMOs technically have one save per playthrough, that's true. And Iron Man only. But again, that's kind of a... outlier.
It's working better than expected. They're having a really hard time getting the doors open.
I'll permaseal as many as you can, rather not take any chances.
Roger. Did you cut off the factory floor?
All done? Should keep most of them out. I'm on my way to lock out the comm center.
Just make sure to leave a way out of here.
Trust me, I'll get you to Theta safe and sound. We just need to make sure we leave enough power running so we don't have to return.
I hear that. See you back at camp.
How did I do that?
So, we've unlocked our superpowers. Remember the radiation we drank? We now have, oh, what's it called? We had it in Jedi Fallen Order 2. It's not psychokinesis, it's Empathy. Oh god, what is it? You can touch something as psychometry. That's it, psychometry. I knew it was the name of it. Oh yeah, we're trying not to spoil, by the way. You'll notice I am actively not spoiling. What the hell is that nonsense? Let's see what we got here. We've got curry, rice, spinach, miso. Ugh, get that out of here. Okay, so we got some dried beef. Get some spinach in there, curry, some rice. What else we got here? That's more curry. Noodles? Nah, I don't like noodles. Is this more rice? That's more rice. Okay, so we can only have 3 of these. So what do we get rid of? Whoops. I guess we should get rid of the spinach. So let's get rid of the spinach. So let's get the curry in there. There we go. Some rice. And some beef. Gotta have that protein. Very important. Very important. There. Alright. Food, please. Food? Or is this the food? Nah, don't like it. I knew it, Alex! Oh god, you're right, Uthor! No! No, it's the black licorice! This game will once again get the black licorice. First of all, thank you, French philosopher. Second of all, what the hell is the quarry? I don't think I've heard of this game. It's a horror game. No. Okay, we're done. What else do you want to put it towards? Okay, I'll look it up. Give me a backup. Give me a backup. Someone type in exclamation mark backup. We have a friggin' message for everything. Okay, that's weird, but whatever. Yeah, read what Nightbot just said, French philosopher. We have a whole message to explain the backup concept. No, Mockingburns? I mean, I'm not particularly interested in SOMA, admittedly, but it's not on the forbidden list. Where would you get this as... Where would you get that idea from? Got a lot of Zerg creep growing on things. That's always nice. XCOM 2, you got it.
Hey, you. Can you talk? Can you talk like the others? Why are you like this? You want some structure, Joe? Yeah, you do. So weird. Doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna shut you down now, okay? Yeah, you're creepy as hell, so I'm gonna shut you down.
Alright, this one's gone now. Sorry, I gotta... Every time I... It's one of those games that freezes when I tab, which always irritates me. Thank you, TSB. As always. Very much appreciate. Thank you. Towards In Other Waters. If it's on the list, it's on the list. Although I don't know what that game is. What's in Other Waters? We do not have an objective at the moment, correct? Is there a... It probably isn't. There super is not. Whatever. That's gonna get a rebound. Right now. What the hell else is C bound to? Oh my god, this is really bad. There we go. Right mouse and throw. Yes, that's fine. There we go. And we're dead. That, as usual, Mockingbird's depends on donations. I don't think it's even on the list yet. So unless it somehow gets magically funded inside of 2 months, which is really unlikely, then you know the answer to that question. Why do games default to WASD? So it's actually a very simple and easy question to answer. So the arrow keys are there for the right hand, not the left hand. So the left hand sits rather naturally on the left side of the keyboard, where WASD is. And that way your right hand can do whatever, usually the mouse. This left side of keyboard and mouse is a very natural and normal way to sit and use a controller, right? So if you do, for example, arrow keys and mouse, you're doing this, which is uncomfortable and awkward and weird. And of course, while you're over here with the WASD, you also have access to everything else, like shift and space and tab and all sorts of other stuff. So you have access to all the other buttons in addition to having your mouse. So WASD is just kind of superior along, across the board. Now, if you're right-handed, or excuse me, left-handed, that sucks to be you. ESDF? I mean, if you want to, go for it. I would prefer WASD just because of the comfort of the home row. And more quick and efficient access to everything from tilde to 6, and escape to F5. But that's just me. Still don't have an Omni tool. I guess that's our first objective. Get an Omni tool. And yeah, unfortunately, Sinistral people have a little bit of an issue when it comes to gaming on a computer, because the overwhelming majority of hardware is designed for right-handed people. That being said, the most common thing I hear, and this is coming from actually a friend of mine who is left-handed, is you sit the right hand on the numpad and then the left hand on the mouse. So you're basically just doing the inverse. And it's the same general benefit, because the numpad has access to all the arrow keys, in addition to things like, tilde, asterisk, etc. And you can rebind a few things to make that happen. So you can do an equivalent, it's just not quite the same. Hey, look, more black licorice. Hey, an Omni tool. Here. I think I turned off the chromatic aberration. Color separation is actually on. Let's go and turn that off. That helps. Hey! We can just turn it off. Game is immediately superior to Psychonauts 2 in one very crucial way. Interesting. Yep, our hands are super fleshy. Oh my god, go faster! Okay. Dude, I have no idea who Thor. Not a clue. Motion blur. I turn off motion blur every time I chance I can. And if I can't, then I find a way to turn it off. Well, that sucks. I mean, it's funny you say that, Huthor, because I can say the exact same goddamn thing about films, too. I mean, I complain about shaky cam. Most people complain about shaky cam. But what it's really about, the thing that really pisses me off, is the blurring. Doing like this is just ridiculous. I am not playing on safe mode, no. I mean, I could if you really want me to. What's funny is I understand the desire to make a game more cinematic. Because on the one hand, you know, cinema makers have had decades more in order to, you know, hone their craft. But, at the same time, cinema has worse artifact design than video games do. I cannot tell you how much crap movies get away with because movies used to do it, and therefore they keep doing it. Not for good reason, not for good intent or purpose. Just because they used to do it. I can barely see what I'm doing. This really is Amnesia: The Dark Descent. But let's get an update going on here. Can I give you an example? Motion blur.
Service console Upsilon 3, including
Also lens flare.
activated.
Oh, hello. Let's do system status. Remote access denied. Servers offline. Main power suspended. Initiate WAU setup. Program unreliable. Denied. Emergency systems. 13 days remaining. Subject Simon Jarrett. Terminal scan. Toronto. Operation unavailable. Unknown contaminant. Welcome back, Luis Muron. Your Omnitool is in perfect condition, but not fitted with a tool chip. Without a tool chip, your FST kit will be unavailable, including your cross-site security access. Your Omnitool is in perfect condition, but not fitted with a Cortex chip. You're currently be serviced by the default onboard intelligence helper, Jane. Cortex chip override the helper and may alter your user experience.
I know they told you that field technicians would get full access throughout Pathos 2. I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to get in your way. We need you guys to keep this place up and running, but there needs to be at least some level of security on these things. I don't want to hear you barged into some quarantined area at Omicron and just knocked out the whole place with some virus, or whatever the hell they're doing over there. This is what you can do. You'll be able to use it to open doors, basically all of them. If you can't, there's something wrong or someone didn't want you in there. Then what do? You shove that Omnitool into a terminal and see if you can't get around it somehow. I mean, sometimes you'll need to get into places where you don't belong. Just find a way. You're an engineer, for crying out loud. What else? Take care of your gear. Don't be an asshole. That's about it, really. My name is John Strohmeyer, Pathos 2 security operative. I got an office at Theta. Come see me if you got any issues you can't handle yourself. Good luck.
Okay. Interesting tidbits in that. And yeah, another thing that really irritates me about the film industry is the adherence to the 24 frame rate, which I actively disagree with on pretty much every level.
Tool chip found.
Okay. We didn't need these extra tool chips, right? Here, I'll put them back. I'm not a dick. Not a dick. Put them back here. Can I have my thing back, please? Oh, yeah, no. Like, we can get used to 24, because all the movies use them. But, 60... Yeah, movies are 24 frames per second. And, yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. Unlock, please. I tried the round one. It's not doing anything. Can't even interact with it. You didn't know that, Michael Javier? Yeah, there are actually specific... So this is actually funny, because this does directly tie into video game design. One of the reasons movies get away with having such low frame rate is because they do other things which screw up the visuals, for lack of a better way to put it. And I specifically say screw up the visuals. Things like motion blur, things like the chromatic aberration, things like the depth of field. They do all sorts of things that make it look a little bit more natural, despite being such a low frame rate. If you've ever seen a 60 FPS rendering of any film that you've seen before, it's weird how night and day it tends to look. And yeah, it's also one of the reasons CGI has stood out against live action for literally decades, because CGI is quite literally rendered differently. Ironically, there's been a huge amount of effort and time being put into making the CGI look worse in films so that it matches the live action camera and doesn't look as jarring alongside the live action.
Toolchip security cipher. Updated.
Cool. Okay. If you want to diagnose that hash code, you're welcome to. Yes, 3D has died again. Thank God. Hopefully it'll stay dead this time. Stupid freaking gimmick. 3D is one of those interesting things. If you were to actually use 3D properly in cinema, I think it might be interesting. They didn't. .3D was used as a way to increase ticket sales. And almost always for some kind of random gimmick. Like, it's so funny how many films there are which have one scene which is designed for the 3D. My personal favorite is Monsters vs. Aliens, or whatever it's called, where there's this one scene where the dude is playing with, what do you call it? He's got the the board and the paddle, and it's bouncing off of it. And he's bouncing it at the camera. And it's literally just there for the 3D thing. It's like, okay, that's cool. Where the hell am I? Let's turn around. Not where I want to be. Yeah, Avatar was one of the first 3D movies, and admittedly did something with it. So I'll give you that. I still don't like the film Avatar, but that's unrelated to the 3D aspect. Unfortunately, I've not seen Spy Kids. What do they do in Spy Kids? Oh, hey, light. Why am I underwater? Guys, be honest with me. Is Toronto underwater? There's only one Avatar film that I'm aware of. I knew it! Explains everything.
Amy, are you there?
I'm here.
Ready to let it go yet?
I guess so.
Plenty of opportunity to go zen on the fishes back at Theta.
I'm gonna miss this place.
Upsilon?
Come on. We've worked here for years. You're not even gonna miss it a little bit?
A power plant full of psychotic machines. I'll find a way to go.
That's cold, man. It's not Upsilon's fault it got swarmed.
Whatever. Seal that thing and get back to camp already.
Roger that.
Cute. Well, there's Upsilon. So, okay. Well, this is terrifying, but that's okay. I'm cool. Everything's cool. Just gonna move forward and pretend none of that exists. Alright, what we got here? Man, that's really, really bad layout. Let's see here. I do love psychotic machines. Well, I did it. I helped you. Why would you ever do that?
What was that? It doesn't hurt anymore.
Brilliant idea. Brilliant. Oh well. What do we got here? I mean, have you ever seen The Last Fern Gully, Crazy Norse? Because if you have, you've seen Avatar. Isn't the name of the film The Last Fern Gully? Whatever. If you've seen Fern Gully, whatever the name of the film is, then you've seen Avatar. I admit, Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest. There you go. Thank you. I admit Avatar, the film, irritates me on a very hard-to-explain level. It irritates the economist in me. Because Avatar is still the second best-selling film in the world by certain metrics. And that irritates me on every level. It would be like finding out that the Big Mac is the best-selling burger in the world, which it is, by the way. At least it was years ago. I don't know if it still is. Like, there's just something personally irritating about that. Oh yeah, who's gonna see Avatar 2 this year? Because I'm probably not. No interest. Negative interest, actually. Yeah, that's the other thing. What cultural impact did Avatar have? None! The only thing Avatar did was kickstart the 3D craze, which, as we just talked about, just died. That's an interesting rendering technique. Look at that, on the right side of the screen. That's probably not supposed to be visible.
Hey, can you hear me?
So, all I'm going to say right now is what Sign of the Emperor was talking about earlier. That right there. It's a good question, Mockingbirds, which I'm not going to answer. A lot of that black licorice goop just leaking everywhere. Look at this. Ah, God. Clean up after yourselves. Jesus. I just cleaned up my apartment a few minutes ago. Depends on if he shoots me immediately afterwards, okay? Now you're dead. Alright, so now we got power back. Let's see here. But she was happy, Mockingbirds. The giant targeting reticule. Probably not, Andrew. So Portugal's offline.
What's happening? Hello? Is there anyone there?
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Upsilon, what's going on?
I have no idea. I just sort of woke up here.
In the room right now?
It was like a seat with a helmet.
Is that right? What's your name?
I'm Simon Jarrett.
And what do you... signal... Damn relays. Where are you now?
Someplace dealing with electrical power. I'm not sure if it's a plant or a transformer.
Yeah, you're probably in the thermal plant somewhere. You want to go upstairs to the comm center. It's the room with the dome ceiling.
Hey, look, this place is not... There's something seriously wrong here. Hello?
I'm sorry I didn't catch that. We lost another relay. Just listen, head for the comm center upstairs. I'll wait here.
Okay. And no, I don't think I can do anything with the third one. That's directly connected to the black licorice. This is about as gross as it gets. There's some gross stuff with people later. It doesn't bother me, admittedly, but, you know, it's whatever. Let's see here. Oh yeah, there is going to be a spider warning. I know about that one. Of course, Kay. Those harmless robots must die. Let's see here. Spiders are fine. The Geiger stuff bothers me so badly that I effectively can't look at it. I know what you're thinking, but aliens! So the alien stuff is Hollywoodized Geiger. If you've ever seen any of Geiger's actual stuff, that stuff is much, 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 much worse than the stuff that actually makes it into cinema. Yeah, aliens neutered Geiger, and I'm okay with that. The actual Geiger stuff has problems. Yeah, by the way, Scorn? No. Automatic veto. Darkseid? No. Automatic veto. Well, the first thing I did was I went and found a mod to get rid of the spiders, Grouchies. Because it was one of the first mods that showed up on the Nexus back in the day. I'm not making that up. It was one of the very first mods there. And yeah, sorry, it's spelled G-I-G-E-R, but I've always heard it pronounced Geiger, like a Geiger counter, so whatever. What to replace them with? Bears, of course. There's a couple of options later. Like nowadays, there's a bunch of stuff you can replace spiders with, but... Oh yeah, Loner asked, would it be adverse to playing Shoot His Blood and Teeth after it comes out? No, in fact, it's actually on our co-op list. Fringe says, have you ever heard of The Quarry? No. Equalitas says, can you suggest gameplay positives or viewers? I don't understand that question. Can I suggest gameplay positives? Yes, I can. But yes, I'm going to assume what you mean is, can you suggest positives and negatives? The answer is absolutely yeah. Otherwise, I'd just do these off camera. I was talking about that during the God of War run. Oof. Why do I think the people tend to write FF titles using Roman numerals more than Arabic numerals? It's a good way to clarify in some cases. So back in the day, there were actually other branch-off things, and so they tried to do that in order to make them clear. And then they stopped branching off, but it became a pattern at that point. So it's a good way to indicate, you know? Like, Mega Man 6 is written like this, but Final Fantasy 6 is written like this. Stuff like that. Let's see. What FPS horror games have I played and finished before? I have no idea. I don't even know an FPS horror game off the top of my head. Let's see here. James Cameron has had movies that have cultural impact like Terminator. Yeah, I would agree with that. Does Geiger stuff bother you? I already answered that. Yes. Delete. Doom 3. I have beaten Doom 3, not on camera. We might review that someday. I'm not in a hurry. I don't care about Doom 3. I wasn't super impressed with it when I played through it. But that being said, if we ever do a proper Doom block, then yeah, sure. I'm with it. Doom 3 had some interesting level design, especially early on. It just falls apart very quickly, and it became very, very obvious that they didn't know what type of game they were trying to make at a certain point. Doom 3 would also have a bit of a gore warning, but I guess most Doom games would, really. Well, I'm gonna assume that's the thing trying to kill me. We're gonna get away from it, I suppose. Let's go over here. Yes, Walker. Don't worry, we've only got one more Depression game left in the Depression mini-block after this. I'm not sure how Depression-y it'll be. Is Event Horizon. So, funny story. This is more for Scion than anything, okay? And you can make fun of me for this if you want. I allow it. I guess I accept it is a better way to phrase that, but whatever. Yeah, the next game's about World War I, so I just kind of lumped it into the Depression block. Sort of an assumption on my part. Anyways. They did not. We just know that Grey Wolf is the... Or, excuse me, Dread Wolf is the name of it, and that's kind of all we know. So once upon a time, my mother's boyfriend was taking us to the movies. And we went to see a movie in the theaters called Event Horizon. This would have been late high school range-ish, I think. So, that film bothered me so much that it actually took me weeks, possibly into the months range, in order to get it out of my head. As a direct consequence, to this very day, I hate that film. See, part of the problem is I have an extraordinarily good visual memory. So. Well, that person, yeah. Depends, Crazy Norse. As I talked about during the video yesterday, we all have our lines. That being said, generally speaking, body horror bothers me more than psychological horror. With some exceptions.
What are you?
Are you blind? It's me. Carl. Carl Semke. Wrangler? Any of this sound familiar to you?
No, actually.
Well, thanks for being so helpful. It's not like I'm knocked out on the floor or anything.
I mean, Dead Space is body horror, but it was too funny.
Hello? Can you hear me? It's me, Carl, calling from the floor. Right next to you.
Like, as I've said before, Doom 4 is a perfect example of body horror that doesn't bother me. In fact, I would go so far as to say that there's a difference between body horror and gore. Oh, dude, Dead Space 2 is hilarious. You should go watch the highlight reel on that one. I'm not joking. Or just watch the VOD. Yeah, the actual horror in Dead Space is the cosmic variety. That's horrifying. The body gore is just... Sure. You got it, Alex. Language. Okay, buddy?
You okay? Hello? Hey.
He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, clearly I need to leave him in horrific agony, so let's just go do that.
Hello?
Oh, well.
Oh god, he's dead? He's dead.
Catch the name there? Because that's the name of the guy we just left screaming to death.
Did you get the final backup turbos going?
Everything is wired evenly. We've hedged our bets as much as we possibly can.
So that's it? Enough power to run Pathos 2 until the next apocalypse. We're ready to go.
I really hope we didn't mess anything up. I don't want to have to come back here again.
Relax, it's over. We're going to Theta.
Maybe we should steal more blocks.
Oh, okay, whatever. Guess I have to stay. Okay, that's actually not good design, to be blunt. Listen, we aim to serve. And yeah, I'm one of those people. It's actually something... Yeah, I don't agree with that Equilitas, because here's why that's bad design, gameplay-wise. Alright, so you have to stand right there and do nothing, and take your cans off the keyboard in order to listen to the audio log, because that's what these actually are. So, you have to stop playing the game to listen to the audio log. That's not good design. Melkor donating. That's not good design. Why would you do that to me, Melkor? I lost connection. That's nice. Thank you, Melkor Blade. I will put that to the most horrifying game we currently have on the list. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Thank you, Melkor, very much. The whole benefit, gameplay-wise, of having audio logs is so you can continue playing the game while you perceive the story, the audio. Right? That's the whole purpose of that. That's the original purpose of the audio log, going all the way back to the late 90s when they first started using that concept. And, I mean, there are other reasons to do that, but from a gameplay perspective, that was the point of the audio log. Yeah, there's actually some games that do exactly what Huthor's mentioning. Some games you have to sit in the menu to listen to the audio log, which is just irritating. I think you're right. I was just trying to think of... I know there's a game where I've had to just sit in the menu to listen to an audio log, and I think Doom 3 was one of them. That's true, Uthor. My face is being punched, so it's all acceptable. Anyways. Whoa, that actually made me a bit dizzy. Shouldn't do that, shouldn't do that. Oh, does Space Marine do that? I guess we'll be seeing that in a few days, or about a week, actually. Because that'll be next week. Space Marine. I know Fallout 3 lets you play it through the Pip-Boy. I don't remember elsewise. We sealed Upsilon to keep it working. Don't screw it up. Carl, was not my fault. So, right. So for the purposes of the review, how do I not torture that person for the rest of his existence in order to open a door? Explore. That's not an answer. Like, I'm not going to do it. I don't care enough to bother. But I am curious for the sake of the review. First you punch him in the face. Got it. I guess I could go back and tell him he's dead. Alright, hang on. Yeah, I'm not an engineer. I'm just some yahoo who runs a bookstore. Let's go tell him he's dead. Wrong direction. I don't think he's going to react to anything because he's tortured into insanity. But we'll see.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hey.
Yep, nope. Back to Turbo Death. Fate worse than death, engaged. By the way, you're dead, bye! Now, I'm being flippant, because of course I am, but to go back, someone in chat mentioned this earlier. There was sometimes games, we've actually talked about this before, this has actually come up before. Sometimes games are like, you have to do this horrifically evil thing, and then the game tries to make you feel bad for doing this horrifically evil thing. If that sounds familiar, it's because we covered a game like that relatively recently. Spec Ops The Line. It was one of the biggest flaws of Spec Ops The Line. Because you had to do this horrifically evil thing, and you did have to in that case. There was no other way forward. And you had to do this horrifically evil thing, and there was no other way around it. And the game was constantly trying to shove it down your throat. How horrible you are. How dare you do this horrible thing. And that pissed me right the hell off. Now, what's really funny is the comment section on the VOD for that, or excuse me, for the room for that, blew up with people who disagreed with me. My favorite thing, though, is that most people disagreed with me because they thought, I just don't accept it when an American is the bad guy. Uh-huh. I'm not joking, by the way. Okay, so we're connected to Lambda and Theta. Can't get through there. Why are people stupid dumb? Man, I get those kind of comments. Just, yeah. I didn't even see it, Shadow Machine. It was bits. I see it on the log right over there. Thank you, Shadow Machine. Yeah, I've never criticized the country I live in before. Not once. Jesus Christ. But I didn't see what you want to put that towards, Shadow Machine. Let me see if I can find it on the log. Actually, I agree with you about that, Scion. We were talking about some game. We were talking about KOTOR. We were talking about what I would do in a KOTOR remake if I was handed the reins of a KOTOR 1 remake. And I mentioned that I'd keep the really evil options in. Because good options mean more if you can do evil. Like, just to put that as simply as possible. Also, some players just want to be evil. So there you go. Enjoy. Yeah, the contrast helps, you know. If you can, you know, have what's-his-face kill what's-her-face, there you go. Have fun with it. Go for it. And if you know you can do that, having the good option makes it mean more. It's over the... So yeah, no, I actually agree with you completely with having evil options in a video game. Even if I were to design video games, I'd probably come up with some evil options if I was to do any kind of option gameplay. But, you know, now I do think there's limits to that. I do think some games go a little bit too far with that, but that's an unrelated topic. Anyways. Right, so. I'm also in favor of what I like to call humorous evil options, which BioWare used to be really good about. They used to have some pretty damn funny evil options in Neverwinter Nights, in KOTOR 1. You know. And yeah, I also tend to be a big fan of the evil option gets you more gameplay reward, good option gets you more story reward idea. Something I've talked about before a few times. Yeah, let me stop playing the game. I have played the Infamous games, yes. Not on camera, though. Yep, the audio logs are going to be my cue to take a drink. I mean, I don't know if you were there for the Spec Ops The Line run, Huthor, but most of the problems there had to do with the implementation of their ideas, not the ideas themselves. It's like a 5-year-old wanted to make a statement, didn't know how to make it, so they just say, "It's bad!" You can quote me on that. No, don't. Yeah, let me lose connection here. Real quick. There we go. Okay, cool. I think you're right, son. I remember reading about that. I will also say, Spec Ops The Line probably wouldn't have bothered me as much if not for that goddamn interview. I didn't ding the game for it, because that's out of game stuff. But that interview pissed me off. Yeah, it gets interactive again. Yeah, for those of you not aware of what I'm talking about, because you weren't there for the stream, there was an interview from one of the developers who, in an extraordinarily condescending manner, said, "Of course you have an option. You could not play the game." Oh, it was super dumb. Again, I couldn't ding the game for it. But I didn't need to. The game was preachy enough as is. Yeah, SOMA tends to be one of those media darling games. Okay, still don't know what that does, but whatever. It's an interactable. Extraordinarily unhelpful. Ah, it's a heal. Right! Of course, because I have health somewhere. Right over there. Honestly, Spec Ops The Line scored pretty damn badly. Because in addition to its problematic nature and all the other issues, it actually plays like ass. In fact, here, let me just pull up my own website here real quick. Yeah, you can manually save like this. Boop. See? Manual save. All you have to do is quit the game. It's not a great save system, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Spec Ops The Line just played really badly. Yeah, +9 to story, -9 to gameplay. That about says it all. God, I didn't give a single gameplay positive that whole game, and I stand by that. Oh, the controls were bad, the guns weren't interesting, the enemy design was bad, the encounter design was bad, the level design was bad. Well, those people are idiots, Huthor. That's something I've talked about several times, because we've actually streamed Call of Duty several times now. Anybody who thinks Modern Warfare 1 is pro-war is not paying attention. Oh yeah, then there was the tacked-on garbage multiplayer. Oh yeah, not even talking about things like the audio balance problems or the visual distortion problems. It was just bad on top of bad. I'm not sure where to go now. Is the power on now that that's on? Nope, it's still red. Nope, not what I meant to do. I wanted to get his ID card.
Did you get the final back?
Get me away. Ah, there we go. Yeah, jerky. There we go. Okay, 0722. Power production has been secured. We've sealed off factories to keep the plant running. All superfluous systems turned off. Anyone has to return. No, the power flow regulator is hanging by a thread. If it flips the switch, it's probably a no turning back situation. Mail cannot be sent. Link not established. Well, that's cool. I know, right, Udor? Are those on the list, Scion? Let me just ask that up front. As I always do when I don't recognize a game. Either way, thank you, Scion, very much. And yeah, at the pace we're going, we're probably not going to beat this until tomorrow. Which is fine, by the way. I'm just giving people an idea of how long this is going to take. So, where were we? Strain the system. You pull the levers, no turning back. Make sure you want it bad enough. Oh, sure, whatever. Well, I do like torturing Carl. It's one of my favorite activities, really. But I've already gotten lost, what, like 5 times? Including now, by the way. I still don't know what to do to progress. Morning, Ross. I want to go up. Okay, well, actually, I do know what's up. That isn't the place that's sealed off. Mind me, Mr. Evil Robot Thing. So, could someone type an exclamation mark backup for Scion, please? Thank you. So what's your backup, Scion? I will, as always, look into it off camera, as I always do. At least he's not tortured to death. At least he's not alive. Oh. Well, at least he's dead. Thank God for small favors. Okay. Already tried this, right? Yep, okay. This thing over here. This is just jammed. Okay. You know what? In the interest of getting this game done as quickly as possible, just go ahead and backseat. What am I supposed to do here? I fully allow backseating for today. Normally I say no. The overwhelming rest of the time I say no, but go ahead and just tell me what to do. I give up. Oh, this is new. Well, normally I'd read that, but I've got a bit of a problem with that. Can you not get in here? Huh. Well, anyways, so what this says, the black box is a precision instrument. Rude! I am super not scared. Sorry. The black box... Hang on, let me get in the light there. Is a... I can't read that. Is a precision instrument designed to observe your overall condition. It measures a wide range of data, from body temperature to brainwave activity. This information is constantly related to the Pathos 2's Warden unit, the WAU. So the station can provide you the appropriate climate for every situation. For optimum performance, please follow the auto-injector instructions care to make sure the implant is properly applied. Safety first. Yeah, Twizzlers taste too much like rubber to me. I don't know. Weird. Ah! Success! Nope, this game's gonna top God of War 3. You watch. It's gonna do it. It's gonna do it. See all that green goop? That's gonna top God of War 3 right there. I love this wobbliness to show that I'm injured. You know, having a health bar would be too unimmersive. So I much prefer, you know, barely being able to function. New York, the office is closing down. Everyone's being evacuated. From everyone here, I want to say it's been an honor working with you, Upsilon. Godspeed. Good luck with the apocalypse. But where's Toronto? Update on defense measurements. The final efforts by the global community to prevent collision has failed. Pathos 2 should make final efforts to deal with the inevitable quake following impact. Estimated time for impact, 5:13. London. Dear Miss Bob, it's with great sadness I have to inform you the office will close and can no longer support Upsilon or Pathos 2. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you and the Supervisor Jane Adams, as well as the rest of the staff. You're a terrific group, and it's with great confidence I say, where we fall, you will surely carry on with bravery. Jonesy, I know you have a much better chance for survival, but we have a better feud. And that's in Cadiz. That's funny. So, it looks like something happened to destroy the world while we were gone. Probably up there, if I were to guess. Yeah, that's where we are. Now let's get healed. Please stop laying around. Yeah, no kidding, Benicia. When did Half-Life come out again? God, that game was ahead of its frickin' time. It's funny that even to this day, not completely, but there are still aspects of good game design that you can learn just by studying Half-Life 1. I know you can say that about a bunch of games, but still.
Jonesy, how's the evac coming along?
We got everything we need to move, but we can't leave the plant without supervision. Adams decided to leave Amy, Asaro, and Cal Semken to execute the automatization process.
And I bet they're thrilled about it.
I just wanted to let you know we're on schedule, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, I'll pass it on the mold check. Jonesy, lovely morning for an evac, am I right?
It will do. I wanted to introduce you to Amy and Cal. They'll be doing the talking as soon as I leave for Theta. Say hello.
Hey, Theta.
Hello.
Hey, guys. I'm Peter Strasky, dispatcher at Theta. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I suppose that's it. I'll see you real soon, when we arrive.
All right, Jonesy. Have a safe trip.
Hey, hello? Theta?
Upsilon. What's up?
We could really use direct contact with Heather. Site service engineer Wolchek.
Direct links are almost impossible to establish. The Lumar relays are basically junk at this point. You can send messages via the comm center. If you want, I'm pretty much always here, ready to relay anything by hand. I know it's a shitty system, but it's all that works right now.
All right, we just have to make do. Catch you later. Hello? Peter, was it?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
We're getting out. I just want to tell you that I'm going to seal the comm center now, so this is definitely the last you'll hear from us. If we don't show up in the next couple of hours, send in the cavalry.
Hang on, what's happening? It's still the same plan, right?
Yep. We'll head for the shuttle and ride it directly to Theta.
Okay, good. I'll rally the troops for a welcome party.
That's what I like to hear.
And then they all died. The end. Alright. Let's go see if we can talk to Catherine, shall we? Or whatever her name was. I don't remember where she was. I don't remember where she was. Lambda, thank you.
Hey, are you there? I found the dome ceiling.
Oh, that's better. Simon, was it?
Jared, Simon Jared.
Hi, Simon. I'm Catherine. Have you figured out what's going on yet?
Me? I was hoping you'd have some answers.
I probably have some. What do you want to know?
Where to even begin? I mean, what is this place? How did I get here? And why do the robots talk like they're people?
Well, you're at Upsilon, clearly. Have you never been there before? Where did you work?
The Grimoire in Toronto. Is that really important?
No, I mean, where did you work at Pathos 2?
I don't know what that is.
That's unexpected. Did you come directly from Toronto?
Yeah, I did. And it was very unexpected.
Have you seen any people? Like staff or field technicians?
Only robots, crazy ones. Except for one. I think he said his name was Carl. He was okay, but I'm pretty sure I accidentally killed him by turning off the power.
Oh. Well, you know, robots don't feel anything, so... yeah.
Whoa!
What's going on?
I think this place is about to collapse. What do I do?
Simon, come to Lambda.
How do I get there?
There are shuttle trains connecting all the sites. Find one and come here. I'll wait for you.
Oh, that's bad.
Shit, where should I? Oh, fuck!
And dead. So that was actually a shorter game than I was expecting. So the next game on the list is called Valiant Hearts. It's apparently a World War I game. It's by Ubisoft, of all things. One of Ubisoft's divisions. Montreal, I think. Oh, we're still alive. My bad. My bad.
What? What the hell? How is this possible? This is insane!
So who was it who mentioned the flesh hands earlier? Yeah, I believe that deserves a dun dun dun. If you remember, the spot we woke up in had a whole bunch of these high pressurized suits nearby. Do you remember that? The scuba stuff?
Lambda. Find the shuttle to Lambda.
Just damn everyone in there by opening up the gate to the outside. Oh, guess not. Okay. I was hoping to kill more people accidentally. Yeah, so this is actually the KOTOR 1 remake. I brought that up earlier for a reason. This is, in fact, Manon. So that means there's a giant shark which will instantly kill us if we enter a kill zone. Which is arguably not good design. But we'll re-review audit. We'll do an audit run of KOTOR 1 some other day. Probably jot that down. I think we're officially out of the intro now. Well, yeah, it's because I'm actually enjoying myself, son. Trust me, it's really obvious when I'm not enjoying myself. Just watch yesterday's VOD.
Come in, Theta. You better answer me, Strasky. Come on!
Amy, where are you?
The fields. I had to leave.
Is Carl with you?
It all went to hell.
Hold on. You got the power automated, right? The plant is safe? We need the power to keep the sites running.
Oh, fuck the power! Fuck you, Strasky! The machines killed Carl.
Oh, shit. Alright, calm down. It'll be okay. Can you get back to Theta?
Yeah. I think so. I'll head for the shuttle, the Aux.
Good luck, Amy. Rooting for you.
It's okay. It took a lot of mental effort, but I was compartmentalizing pretty well yesterday. No nightmares, no nothing. Never gonna think about it again. Deleted the VOD, so I don't actually have an archive of it. I'm also not gonna do accordance of the game. I also didn't update the website with it. Voice acting's pretty good. I've already jotted it down for a potential positive. You misunderstand me, Michael Javier. I deleted the local copy of the VOD. The mere fact that you think I deleted the VOD on the YouTube site just proves how little you actually pay attention to YouTube. This is the first time I've ever deleted a VOD, though, yeah. I waited till it was nice and uploaded first. Yes, the list is down until the new functionality is working, yada yada yada. The list is down for maintenance. There we go. We've got a super truncated way to say it now. List is down for maintenance. Why would you ever watch the VODs on Twitch? That's like the worst way to see VODs by far. Yes, that means if something happens to the YouTube VOD or my YouTube channel, that VOD will be permanently gone. I'm okay with that. You know, I should have scheduled this right before Subnautica. Didn't even occur to me. Well, thank you, Drunky Lord. We all know that the first is secretly PewDiePie. But, well, those people are stupid, DJT. I shouldn't say that. There's actually a lot of reasons not to upload VODs to YouTube, but there's entirely too many reasons to upload the VODs to YouTube for me not to do it. YouTube is just such a better player, and better for VODing in general, better for archiving in general. This is Subnautica! Yada, yada, yada. The, who donated towards what sheet? I actually don't remember if it's up to date. I think it might not be. But if it's out of date, it's at least, it's only 1 day out of date. Like, it was up to date 2 days ago. I don't remember if I updated it last night because I was trying to get... So we got the script working in order to update the list, but it didn't work, so the end. You know what's funny to me, Plutonia, is YouTube does that inconsistently to me. But I prefer the YouTube player just across the board. Yeah, I hear from a lot of people that they like the VODs channel, and that's why the VODs channel will continue to be there. Sure thing, son. By the way, I never got your backup from the earlier donations. I would have no reason to, Gum Gum, so therefore, no, I have not. I also have received generally positive feedback about uploading VODs, like, immediately. Troopers Terran Defense is the primary, not the backup. I need the backup, because that game's not on the list. So if I decide not to add it to the list, I need a backup. Could someone type in ! backup again to make the point, please? No, not Backupo. That's actually Backup's second cousin. Backupo's this dude who's like, hey, what's up? Don't back up your stuff, please. But yeah, no, what we used to do, for those of you who don't remember... Oh my god, you're right, it's a Moogle! What we used to do is we used to wait until an entire stream was done, and then upload everything in one neat chunk. There were actually some behind-the-scenes reasons to do that. But now we just upload them as soon as they're done.
Why are you making me do this?
Yep, that's why Moogles are save points. It all makes sense. Bakupo. Oh, whatever. And now it's harder to see. Great. Okay. Scion. Oh my god. Please pick... I'm sorry, I'm losing my temper. Please read the goddamn thing, first of all. Read the dialogue that you've now seen 3 times. In case you are against reading, when I ask you for a backup, you have to pick something already on the list. The whole point of the backup is that if I decide to say no for any reason, which I have all the rights to do, for any new thing being added to the list, I have a backup immediately ready to go that I could put it towards. This is done because what we used to do is we used to just pause the stream for minutes or tens of minutes at a time in order to be able to go and check if a game was streamable when someone added something to the list. Nowadays, we do the backup system. So you can just donate towards Terran whatever, and I could say, cool. And later, off camera, I could go check that and not have to pause the stream like I'm doing right now in order to have the backup option in case it doesn't go through, right? If, for whatever reason, I decide to say no to Star Trek Troopers Terran Command, I want you to put it towards something that's already on the list so that we're good. So we don't have exactly what's happening right now. It's the whole reason for this. I even put a command in it, which we've repeated 3 times. Let me read my own text here. To keep things moving smoothly, whenever someone asks for a new game to be added to the list, we ask that you select a backup game already on the list. That way, later, off camera, Laura can check up on and vet the game without interrupting the stream, and if for whatever reason it's denied, the backup is there to reallocate immediately. Okay, I have no mouth. Got it. That's what I wanted to know. I'll put it towards I have no mouth if I say no, which I probably won't, but I like to have that backup just in case. I'm an engineer at heart, you know? I don't feel safe without a secondary backup. I already read that one. Where am I? I'm completely turned around now. Right, okay, I know where I am. I know where I am. It's true, it's a good quote. It's a good quote. I keep pointing over here because I keep expecting to be in the wrong position. It's a good quote. Gotta have a secondary backup. Sorry, a secondary bakupo. Okay, what do I got over here? So there's, yep, okay, so we've made it back here. Where did it put me after I died? Jeez Louise. I mean, I kinda do. You tried to kill me. The lore runner. Locomotive engineer. I love it. Hell, it actually bothers me a bit that I only have one backup for most of my VODs. And you're probably thinking, why do you only have one backup for it? Do you know how large my VODs are? Tens of gigs per day. Well, see, I could just make backup dealer's choice, but I don't want to be presumptive about that, you know? There are certain individual people who want me to stream games that I want to stream. But not everyone wants me to stream games I want to stream. They want me to look at X, Y, or Z, right? So I'd rather it be their choice than mine. You know, I'd rather it be up to you, basically. I'd rather it be the choice of the person funding the show, right? I mean, earlier we had one from Camper Darby who says he wants to put it towards Cult of the Lamb. Backup is dealer's choice. Cool, no problem. But, you know, Scion flat out says, I have no mouth and must scream, and I cannot scream, or whatever. It's I have no mouth. So there you go. We're going to put it towards that. I did say no more horror games, but this game was funded a bit ago. A particular game or series I want to stream that hasn't hit its funding goal yet? Oh, dozens. Drunk Killhorn. That's kind of the issue, really. There are so many games I want to stream. Just so many. Now move on, you stupid thing. Yeah, like 13 cents. Wait. Yeah, it's weird how many people are popping in saying, oh my god, Lore's playing a horror game. Anything on Lore's list would qualify, and I know what you're thinking. But Lore's list isn't on the website, and you're right. No, horror games are leaning towards no. is the actual answer there.
Well, thanks, little guy.
Yeah, horror games can be vetoed. Probably even will be vetoed, actually. But there's very little that I'm just going to automatically say, no way, no how, off the case of it, right? Like, if you... like, it'd be like me saying no strategy games, you know what I mean? Is it really Black Malkin? Wow. I didn't even think about that. I just wanted to help the poor guy. And yeah, that's also true. Like, horror game is subjective. If you donate for Half-Life, Alien Isolation, Resident Evil, or Bioshock, no problems. So, Silent Hill's kind of in a weird spot.
Let's hope the shuttle still works.
So I was actually okay with Silent Hill 2, right? But I couldn't get a hold of it. Silent Hill 2 was a very unusual situation, because Silent Hill 2...
Where did I get a flashlight?
Good question. Silent Hill 2 I was okay with adding, but we couldn't get a copy of it. Yeah, getting a legal copy of Silent Hill 2 was actually a huge pain in the arse. Now, there wasn't an offer there. It was that, what's that really terrible remaster that's actually worse than the original in every way? The one that everything went wrong with because they lost the original files and all that crap? That was the option. Was play that terrible version of Silent Hill 2. Or... nothing. And I actually talked with the person who was trying to put it on the list, and we just both agreed, yeah, no, the remaster's garbage, don't even try. So we said no to Silent Hill 2.
Jackie? Come in, Theta. What? I can't... Where are you now? Strasky! I'm at the shuttle, but it's not looking good. The lights flicker like mad. I think the power regulator is broken. I have to fix it. I don't want to get stranded halfway to Theta. What was that? I can't hear you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Somehow.
I've actually been debating that, Huthor, in either a positive or a negative thing. In a game that's this, you know, dark, it's kind of nice to be able to tell what I'm looking at. Yeah, reminder, Konami sucks.
Jesus Christ! What the hell?
It's okay. I'm healed. We're all good. And yeah, I have to admit, the shaky cam... I'm actually going to probably put that in here. The way they're doing the low health thing is not something I'm super into. But yeah, now, that being said, if Konami ever actually, you know, decides to release System Hill 2, or like a good version of System Hill 2, then, yeah, sure. I already said I was okay with it. Specifically System Hill 2, though. The only one I actually know to any extent or depth. Yeah, System Hill. It's actually exactly like Silent Hill, but it's entirely inside of a video game. You play a video game about playing a video game. Very meta. Shut up. I was reading the word system. I do that, right? If I'm reading while I'm talking, which I do pretty often because of the show, I tend to say the word that I'm reading when I get up to it, especially if it's similar, like silent and system. On the morning of January 12th at 5:13 in the morning, the comet Telos crashed into the Pacific Ocean. The impact ranks as one of the largest collisions ever recorded on Earth. All evidence indicates that surface has gone completely barren and is no longer able to sustain life. Pathos 2's unique location has provided unparalleled safety for our staff. Some structural damage has been noted, but no casualties reported. The largest loss was the weather and communications station located on the surface, platform Omega, unmanned, which is under the circumstances a small price to pay. Theta will hold an emergency meeting to discuss the future of Pathos 2 and ultimately mankind. While the matter followed. Overseer for Quarren. So there you go. There's the apocalypse we talked about earlier. And this is all Canada's fault, right?
I guess it's a good thing we never had any kids. Hard enough looking my parents in the eyes. They're going to a bomb shelter upstate, by the way, along with your dad. I'm guessing someone will help him send you a message somehow. I mean, I hope they will. Hell, I'm not even sure you'll get this message. If you do, I want you to know I never blamed you for following your dreams. I was just mad it didn't fit better with what I imagined our lives would be. I really wanted the picket fence, big family, you know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm proud of you. And even though it's been difficult to be separated from you, I regret nothing. I'm happy. And I really wish I was able to say this without the sky falling down. I love you, Amy. I always have. And always will.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is actually a midquel. It's happening at the same time as the Talos Principle, so FYI. It's true, Ross! The church came from sin. It's just, you know, I had to adjust that sentence a little bit for out-of-context problems. So Mega Man asks if I'm interested in the Resident Evil 4 remake. Actually, no. What Mega Man said was, are you excited, I think, was the wording. What word did you use there? Are you excited? Yes. Am I excited for the remake? No. Now, that's because we know nothing about it whatsoever. Like, we know that it exists, and it's the RE2R team, and it's using the RE engine, and that really is kind of it. I'll be a lot more interested in RE4R once we know something about it. I also think that RE4 doesn't really need a remake. Yeah, we know it's coming out. Anyways, so that's a whole lot of we'll see.
Hey, are you...
Don't hurt me!
Can I help?
It won't let me die. Nothing is allowed to die.
But I've killed like 3 people so far.
What happened?
An accident. Fixing the power. I was going to Theta.
Anything I can do?
If you see Masters or Holland, tell them I need help. Okay? Amy needs help.
Alright, now to kill her. Oh my god, I can actually kill her. Yeah, why are they doing a remake, aka a remaster, of Last of Us 1 of all frickety things? Oh god, I have to kill her, don't I? I have to kill her, don't I? I should probably mention I haven't actually seen the Capcom conference yet. I'm still slogging my way through the Summer Games Fest conference, which is like 2 frickin' hours long. But, yeah. Anyway, someone asked what I think of Resident Evil 8. So, I haven't played Resident Evil 8, and that's my thoughts on Resident Evil 8 in a nutshell. It's on the list, although it's nowhere near funded. Well, I see nothing else to interact with whatsoever. Time to die. Yes. Die. Die!
Shit. Are you okay? Are you okay?
I don't know. I want to go home.
You got it! Home you go!
Oh, fuck.
It's okay, she's home now. Alright, so, power's back on. That's good to know. Cool. Alright, let's head out of here. I love how he acts so surprised. Oh no! I pulled the extremely obvious life support power cables again, and she died from it. Of course she freaking did. What do you think was gonna happen? Like, a confetti cannon was gonna shoot out taffy? Jesus, dude. I know you had brain damage. Oh my god, that's it! That's it! We have brain damage, right? It explains everything. I've actually thought about that a lot, Scion, and if you've been paying attention to the sheet, I've been slowly coalescing a lot of things into blocks, instead of spreading them out. So, leaning towards yes in simplicity. Already did that, already did that. There we go. Wow! Her artificial lung was taking a lot of power. Look at this. Look at all this power we got from that. That's impressive. Catherine of the Sea. Uh-oh. We only have adoptable pipes. Good to know. Poor Simon.
Shuttle J6 activated. Standing by.
Get ready for the emergency exit here. The FFs, I haven't decided yet because there's actually a lot of FFs. So, we'll see. I want to go to Lambda, please. Yeah, no, that was a mercy kill. I'm obviously having a bit of a laugh, because, you know, I'm enjoying myself. Or am bored.
Welcome to Pathos 2.
But,
your expressway to the stars.
yeah, that woman needed to die as a mercy.
Has now become home to the Omega Space Gun, the world's most affordable way to launch satellites and deep space probes. Our unique Atlantic Ocean location allows for this gigantic coil gun, running longer than a marathon, to safely launch projectiles without risk of damaging the payload with risky combustion. The station spans multiple sites and has a diverse staff of engineers and scientists. Together, they are able to produce, assemble, and launch the world's most sophisticated spacecraft. In addition to our principal operation, Pathos 2 is also the home for multiple research projects within the marine sciences, including hydroculture, turbulence, and deep-sea construction. We are now leaving Upsilon for Lambda. Lambda is Pathos 2's shipping dock and transportation hub. There, you will be able to find shuttle trains leading to all the other parts of the station and transports to this.
Yeah, no kidding, Innocents. So, this game should have been named System Shock. Think about it. And that's what happens when you swear, everyone. Remember. I'm until back. Yeah, no, the gameplay is completely different from the System Shock series. I guess what I mean is, if System Shock never existed, System Shock would be a good name for this game. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you, Shinizaga. Welcome to the I can't believe you're playing Soma block. You know what really makes me sad? Is that there's so many people saying, I can't believe you're playing Soma. And this game has been funded for like months, or I think actually almost approaching the year point at this point, and has been on the list for as long. Or that is to say, on the queue, excuse me. Which just means that those people haven't been checking the queue. And something about that makes me sad, you know? Now, I do know some people deliberately don't check the queue because they want to be surprised. That's fine. That's different. But like, yeah, this has been on the books for a while. If anything, I feel bad because of how long... This is part of the reason I've been trying to catch up so much and why we've restructured how things are funded. Because I've been... It's taking too long from point of funding to point of running, and we need to shrink that time gap. Either way, thank you, Shinizaga. I will put that towards Command & Conquer 3. And thank you, Drunk Killorn. Very, very much. You now have a Black Mage kill emoji. Or a stab emoji, excuse me. If you want to put that towards something, like this very game, please let me know. Sorry, Command & Conquer 3. The only one on the books. The only one I've agreed to stream so far. Not counting the red alerts, obviously.
Simon. Simon, are you there?
Catherine, is that you? I was on my way, but then the shuttle train, it fucking crashed.
Language!
The system says the section is sealed for a suspected hull breach.
No, I'm not alright. What the hell happened to the world? Why are we underwater?
Wow, you're really out of place, aren't you? Look, don't worry about that right now. I realize you're confused, but you're so close to Lambda. If you just keep going.
How close? Can I walk there?
Yeah, but the tunnel is locked off to protect the overall structure from collapsing. What you need to find is your section's maintenance hatch. It'll lead outside.
Maintenance hatch. No problem.
What is that? What's going on up there? I gotta go. See you soon, Simon.
I know how to make a Superman game.
You okay?
So yeah, let's get away from the obvious creature coming to kill me here. As much as I enjoy being killed, and I do, after all, I've played Souls games. Am I injured right now? Looks like I am. Let's uninjure ourselves. There we go, much better. I mean, you could do a Telltale style game. I would probably do more of a scenario-based, objective-based game. The one I've actually tossed around on stream before, this very same idea. The one that keeps bouncing around in my head is a dam is about to burst. Okay? These people are up here. All these civilians over here are freaking out. We've got these personnel down here, and these are the people down in the valley below. Your objective is to save all of them inside of X time. Go. That's how you make a Superman game. And that's what I mean by mission-based and structured there, too. Really build each scenario about how to try and figure out the best possible way to save everybody, all at the same time. And design the scenario so it's really hard to save everybody. Now, Plutonia says, would you game over if you fail or do you live with the consequences? What I would probably do is I'd probably have... I think it was the door. I would probably have an option to try the stage again. Okay. But you would also be able to just keep going. Just say, alright, and if you fail, the degrees to which you fail would affect future missions. Or maybe affect the narrative. And yeah, I'd probably have a thing for doing it in one try. You know, something like that. It's not disorienting at all. There we go. Oh yeah, Luther would really hammer it in if you fail. There's apparently a hatch I walked past. Let's see if we can find this thing. Like, I saw a thing labeled exit, but I couldn't interact with it. Twice. Twice I tried to interact with that damn thing. Yeah, this thing. Wasn't doing anything. Just roll my eyes at that. Move on. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Games can age quite well, even just purely graphically.
Lambda, right? I mean, really, how big can this ocean be?
Don't ever say that. Ever. Yeah, your task is to walk from one end of the ocean to the other. Have fun. Goodbye. By the way, you can't swim. Well, you see, Baron. Yeah, I noticed that I had to manually pull the Omni tool off. Which just kind of got an eyebrow raising. Oh, and by the way, I absolutely have read 8-Bit Theater. In fact, I was there when 8-Bit Theater got started. I'm kind of an old fogey when it comes to webcomics. All the way back in the day, with Bob and George and 8-Bit Theater, which were the two first big ones. Oh, we're only 350 meters down. We're fine! Fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The Poindexter's fine! Thank you very much, for Poindexter. Who's very fine, if you know what I mean. Procession to Calvary. Never heard of that one. And Lore Choice is the backup. It would depend, Evo. The old saying goes, optional is a defense, not a guarantee against a negative. So... maybe. Like, if it's something you have to go out of your way to do something to cross the line, that's not a negative, really. But, if, like, there's a side quest you can do and that side quest crosses the line, that's probably a negative. Yes, I'll do a rumination on this game. It's going to be really boring. I honestly should say no to this one. I have nothing to say about this game. As of this moment in time. Yeah, there's nothing to say about it that I haven't said. Like, we actually talked about everything that there is to talk about this game, like, 2 weeks ago. In Talos Principle. Like, I have nothing new to add to the table. Talos Principle is a pretty short one for the same general reason. That being said, we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm going to... You know what? I'm going to pull the trigger on this right now. I'm going to officially say that no ruminations are guaranteed henceforth. Treat it like cheating. The goal is to never cheat in one of the reviews. But the option's always there. Why don't I like doing the ruminations? Well, there's a lot of reasons, really. First of all, the ruminations suck. They're the worst content I put out by a huge margin. Second of all, I can't do the ruminations the way I want to, because I quite literally don't have time. Third of all, the ruminations generate literally zero income. Fourth of all, the ruminations feel redundant, although I do agree with the redundancy, so that's just kind of whatever, which leads me, of course, to the fifth, and arguably the most important reason why I don't want to do the ruminations. They're kind of a waste of time. None of that is sarcasm. I mean every word I just said. I continue to do the ruminations because they are an acceptable summary of the stream. And that's it. That's the reason why they continue to exist. It is there because I know that not everyone wants to just read the super summary, that's the review notes, and I know some people don't want to read the super summary, that's the golden number, and I know most people don't have time to watch the streams, that's the full in-depth content. So it's an in-between compromise so that people can still get the breadth and depth of the stream. But the rumination is, let's be honest with ourselves, a summary of the stream. Now, that's not counting the movie ruminations. Those are actually different.
This must be Lambda, where Catherine is.
So, bets on Catherine. I know a lot of you like the ruminations. That's why I keep doing them. It is the only reason I keep doing them. I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm not saying that to be blamey. I am saying that because it's a statement of fact. I keep doing the ruminations because so many people request me to keep doing them. I'm an idiot. Well, okay, yes, I am an idiot. But
Catherine?
Be quiet! Don't look at it!
so how, don't look at it, do we have to be here? Pretty don't look at it, apparently.
Simon, you idiot. Really hoping you wouldn't set off another burst.
You're welcome. Yes. Let's get a heal in, very quick.
Are you okay?
Still gross.
There you are, upright and everything.
Lower shock. Feel that in a minute. Oh, hey. Maybe we can pull the plug on her. Time to mercy kill.
That brute really doesn't play nice with electronics.
No, not you two. I was really hoping you were human.
Don't let the circuitry fool you. I was human once.
Can't take any more. Everything's fucked. I give up. There's nothing left.
Calm down. It's not the end of the world.
You sure? It sure as hell looks like it. For all I know, there's no one left except for me.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I meant any humans left except for me.
Have you looked at yourself lately? You're a walking, talking diving suit with some electronics slapped on for good measure.
I don't...
You don't want to think about it? We'll start thinking about it.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be this. I want out.
Before you do anything hasty, could you help me with something?
What?
I was trying to find out what happened with my project when that brute knocked me to the ground.
Your project? How could anything possibly matter when you know you're a stupid robot in a stupid dead world?
Okay, focus. I need you to fix me so I can get back to work. Then you can sulk as much as you want.
You gotta be kidding, right? I think I have a better chance of building myself a time machine than of putting you back together.
I just need to access the computer. Oh, is that an Omnitool you're carrying?
Oh, the door opener? I picked it up at Upsilon where I woke up.
That'll have to do. Plug it into the terminal.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah, sure.
When the Omnitool is loaded, just plug my Cortex chip into the tool.
What's a Cortex chip?
It will be obvious. I'll eject it for you. Just grab the chip and slide it into the Omnitool. Come on, I just need you to do this one thing for me.
Sure, whatever.
Which episode was that, my Poindexter? I do think Simon's actually... Stupid's the wrong word. Remember, Simon had brain damage. I hate to keep going back to that, but it is kind of important. His brain quite literally wasn't working correctly. We saw that right at the beginning when he tried to send that email, and wrote up the whole email, forgot to hit send. That's what I mean. He's literally slow right now. And I don't really mean that as an insult. I mean that as a statement of fact, you know? I'll be right back.
The terminal, right there. Simon, put the Omnitool into the terminal. Should I be worried? Plug in the Omnitool.
Lambda Terminal 27 activated.
The Omnitool is ready now. Should be easy enough. Just pick up the chip and slide it into the Omnitool.
Why does a robot chip fit a door opener?
It's standardized connection.
Catherine? Alright, let's give this a try.
Custom Cortex chip found. Shutting down helper chain. Have a nice day.
Just pretty much anything will fit. Oh, this feels weird. I'm in the Omnitool? Thanks.
So, what's the project about?
My project? Oh, well, I saved all the people on the station as brain scans and put them into an artificial world. We were going to launch it into space to save it from, well, all of this.
Are you telling me that you were going to launch a computer world filled with people into space?
Yes. It was just a pet project at first, but it got really serious after the comet took out the surface. Then suddenly it became very important, and it was officially named the Ark.
That's appropriate. How far did you get?
I don't know. That version of me that I am. It came from a scan I did pretty early on. The living Catherine could very well have finished the project and launched it. I guess she could even still be alive. Weird thought.
So the talking robots, are they also scans you did?
They could be, but I doubt it. I'd expect much more sense if that was the case. All right, finally.
What's happening?
I managed to restore some data from the backup server. This should tell us everything we need. Oh. Could you do me a favor and run into the other room and have a look? I don't seem to be able to view the files in this condition. I need to know that the Ark is safe.
Sure, Kath.
Thanks. I'll unlock the door for you. What was it you said before? You're from Toronto?
Yeah, I just went in for a brain scan and suddenly here I am.
That doesn't make any sense. How? Why would anyone bring a scan from Toronto?
You think that's strange? What if I tell you it was back in 2015?
Whoa.
So yeah, there you go. Big spoiler. There's arguably another layer to that, but that is actually the big spoiler of the game, and they pretty much give it away right there. Does it mean anything? No, of course not. I do like the little touch with her cutting off in mid-sentence when she ejects the thing, and then restarting the sentence as soon as you pump it into the Omni tool. It's a nice touch. Because, of course, from her perspective, there's no real... From her perspective, there was just a... and then she's there, you know? Really, Trihexia? How do you... So, okay, I don't mean to be negative about this game, but I think it's actually been a little bit too obvious about the fact that we're clearly not the original Simon. So hang on. Mr. Red wants to donate for something. But I don't know if that something exists. Well, it's not negative worthy too obvious, but it's really obvious that we are not the original Simon. I know it's not supposed to be a twist. I'm not giving it a negative. You don't need to defend it. I just think it's really, really obvious. That's it. That's all I was talking about. Yes, we are Simon 2, and I'm just going to start using that terminology henceforth. Because Simon's, well, we'll actually find out the fate of Simon, I think, at some point. But regardless, Simon's long gone, one way or the other. Simon's dead. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm checking something really quick. Normally, I'd check my own website, but the list is down. You don't like Platy, Trihexia? Okay, it is apparently on the list. I don't even know what that game is. I have not played this game before, no. As I mentioned at the beginning, quite a few people were asking my opinion on this game, and I had no intention of ever playing it. So I just did some research on it, looked it up, figured out what it was about. I was like, oh, okay, it's about forking. And then I moved on because that was it. It's about forking. Okay, cool. It is within possibility that Simon 1 is still alive. I would bet on it, but it is something that's possible. And thank you, Mr. Red, very much. As always. And I will jot that down for Kojin Sort of Rewind. Whatever that is. What year's it in game? I don't think I've actually said yet. I could be wrong. It's been a minute. Yeah, it's 20 XDX. Or 21 XDS, one of the two.
Can't make any sense of it.
You say something?
Sorry, still trying to figure out how you got here.
Keep at it. I'd really like to know who thought sending a Canadian to the bottom of the sea was a good idea.
Oh yeah, forking is really... So I'm sorry, let me explain what forking means. It's actually...
You really need to stop drawing attention to yourself!
I'm not here. I'm not here.
Simon, I think it's back. Be careful. Don't know if you can take another hit.
Whatever. So forking, you are this person. You are cloned. Now you are these two persons. That's it. That's why it's called that. It's a fork in the road. Forking is when an identity gets duplicated, probably perfectly, but from the exact moment of duplication, there are now two of you. And the longer that you are separate, the more different you are. That's the concept of forking. Very, very old concept when it comes to both fantasy and sci-fi. I didn't come up with the term forking. It's an old term. I'm not sure what I would call that if I was to come up with it. Forking is a perfectly good, term for it. I guess you could call it skewing too, but that gives the wrong connotation.
What happened before? That creature was strangely overbearing.
Yeah, it basically exploded with electromagnetism.
That's bad for us, right?
Confusing at least. Gives the senses a good punch.
And yes, it is a programming term for the exact same concept, really. You have a development cycle, and then you decide to have two different forks, and then one person works on this, and one person works on this, and there you go, right?
Just check the computer?
Yes, look for anything about the Ark.
But the fun thing I find about this one is we had brain damage when we were scanned. Honestly, I think that explains everything about this, at least narratively. I do think they probably shouldn't have gone that direction with it, but my point is, it absolutely explains everything about this.
Are you excited about the Ark?
At first, I couldn't really see the point of it, but then I thought, why shouldn't we, right? I mean, if we are able to save even just a small piece of ourselves, why wouldn't we do that?
So you are in favor then?
I think it's really important we do this.
What are your thoughts on the Ark?
It's a great idea. Finally, we have something to do. Am I right?
Are you optimistic about the project's chances of, about the Ark reaching space?
It can definitely be done. You already solved the biggest problem, how to actually get us all in there. Now all we have to do is build the damn thing, and hope Phi is still operational. Yeah, I think we can do it, but it's not going to be easy.
What are your thoughts on the Ark project?
The idea is just incredible, by every definition. It really makes you think about what it means to be human.
What makes you say that?
Beyond the basics, beyond the superficial, I'm convinced there's something with even greater value. You have provided a platform, which is not necessarily restricted to our digital progeny, but a means of actual survival. It's my sincerest belief that we can go on living through the reality of continuity.
Negative to continuity.
Is this from inside the Ark?
Yes. That's some early renders of the world inside.
Looks a whole lot comfier than this place.
Yeah, I probably should have put Talos alongside this. That's my bad, really. Oh no, continuity is super copium. Continuity is just... like, that guy's a frickin' moron. Or, technically having a non-stop panic attack. Take your pick. No, I'm serious. There's a concept, I actually forget what it's called psychologically, where you're in a perpetual panic attack, but you're doing something to shove it down. Right? That's the coping. And that really feels like what the continuity thing is to me. Yeah, I feel normal. Mental condition, normal. Senses, normal. Sensation, pleasant. This isn't directly related to Talos principle, it's just there's some continuity between the two. That's not true. Don't take that away. There's some thematic connections between Talos principle and this one. Are you troubled by the fact that you're no longer strictly human? Why would I be? How do you perceive your new existence? No, Plutonia. It's a very specific thing from this game that I'm referencing. I'm not talking about what it is yet because it's actually a spoiler. We've already heard it mentioned once. I'll go with this one. Do you think new existence is a life worth living? That's a dumb question. Next question. Would you rather be removed from the project except death? I mean... no.
I found a tracker homed in on the Ark.
Oh, that's clever. I wonder if I thought of that. Does it still work? I really need to know what happened to it.
I think so. It's doing something at least.
Where is it?
Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Please let it be safe.
It's on fire. The Ark's right here! It's right here! Let's see, what would be the worst place for the Ark to be? Everything on the top row here. And the bottom row. That's just video game logic right there, if you're wondering how I figured that out.
I found it. It's at a site named
Yeah,
Tau.
see, we're over there.
No, it's
Tau's over there.
It's so close to 5, they almost made it. Damn it, it won't make it for long in that state. A couple of decades at most. That's not much to build a future.
If we got to it, could we get on the Ark?
I suppose, but I'm not exactly flexible at the moment.
I mean, I could carry you.
I'll take us there. I can move, jump, swim, sort of. You're stuck in the door opener, the Omni tool. I'll just carry you there and you'll show me what to do.
That sounds really risky. Besides, I don't like the idea of you carrying me around.
Come on, Catherine. This is what you wanted to do. Your final mission. Let's launch the Ark.
We would need to find a way to get into the Abyss. Can't even climb on without a power suit. We probably have to go to Theta and pray that Dunbat's still working.
Okay, so we go to Theta.
I don't know, it's pretty far.
Catherine, look around. What else is there to do? Maybe there's still a working shuttle train that could take us to Theta.
I doubt it.
Just have a look around. Push comes to shove, I'll walk there.
Okay then, I'll just eject from this thing. Don't forget to take me with you.
I won't forget. Can I pull the Omni tool out?
Wait. Okay, just be sure to plug me in again at some point.
You got it.
Good luck, Simon.
So. I mean, I like his logic there, admittedly. What the hell else is there to do? I mean, really. Thoughts on Catherine? She's wonderfully pragmatic. And she's definitely a more interesting character than Simon is so far. And I don't just mean because she's not an idiot. I think she's actually interesting. If you're paying attention, she's coping too. She's just doing it in a different direction. She's focusing on purpose. This is something real-life humans do in big old fleshy sacks like this. They focus on purpose to keep them going and to give them a reason to bother. To put one foot in front of the other, metaphorically speaking. Which, makes me wonder, actually. Should probably mention her over here. There. That was it. Yeah, robots don't feel anything. Ah! Sorry. I guess back out? Alright, back out. There is Morganites, guys, you're correct. In safe mode, the enemies don't hurt you. They're there, but you can just avoid them at your leisure. Imagine playing Minecraft mode with God mode on, and you kind of got it. The enemies are still there, if you've got survival mode on. But if you yourself have God mode on, those enemies can't do jack. Listen, pain is a useful tool for a robot. That's actually not a joke, it is.
What? What is this? Curie Emergency Vessel 4. Hey, Simon, can you hear me?
I hear you. Can you get this thing running?
Hang on, I'll give it a try. Sorry, it's dead.
Worth a shot?
The CV came from Curie. It was a ship that used to make runs between Lambda and Lisbon. Looks like their wreck is close. Maybe you can find a vessel like this one inside.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll just save the security information and update the Omni tool. There. Should help you get around.
Great.
Yeah, like it or not, I think this is a game that's going to score decently well on its story axis, and not particularly well at all on its gameplay axis. I don't mean that to be negative. I mean, it's just kind of the style of the game, you know? We've actually played quite a few of these lately. Games which focus very heavily on story and not gameplay. Okay. First thing that bothers me is this right here. I don't like going out into the abyss. I don't see why not, Phoenicia. That, but whatever. It's the fish! That's probably whatever that is right there. It's the same reason it bothered me in Subnautica. It's something about the lack of knowledge that bothers me. I think. I'm not even 100% sure about that. Yeah, the total unknown of looking out and seeing nothing, of not knowing where the ground is under your feet, of not knowing where the sky is above your head. There's actually only one part of Subnautica that really bothered me. Well, two parts. And it's funny because it's not whatever you're thinking. It's not the really horrific, nightmarish parts. Those were awesome. No, the parts that bothered me were twofold. One, if you go to the surface and all you see is ocean all around you in all directions. That bugged the crap out of me, because all you see is the surface of the ocean and the sky, and that's it. Okay, in fairness, you can see the crash track of the ship, too, but you get my point. That got to me, because, again, of that whole unknown problem I just mentioned. Yeah, I refused to leave the shallows for a very long time, because I was too freaked out about that. The other thing was the dead zone. The dead zone has nothing in it, gameplay-wise, so you just go out there, and the fog comes in, and it's just, yep! Oh, actually, I guess there was a third thing. Right behind the ship. Now, someone actually pointed this out while we were streaming it, because they were like, why are you so scared? There's nothing behind the ship. But that was exactly what was getting to me, was the fact that there was nothing behind the ship. Right? Like, there's this, for those of you who haven't been there, there's this big, like, almost brown fog, for lack of a better term. You can't see where the surface of the water is. You can't see where the floor of the ocean is. All you can see is brown fog in all directions, infinitely. And that got to me. So three things in Subnautica got to me. Thank you, Bragwin. As always, and as ever. Thank you, man. And I'll put those towards Cthulhu Saves the World. Yeah. It's like, da-da-da-da-da. Whoops, that's the void. Oh, crap! I can handle being in space if I had infinite power. If I was human, yeah, no, I wouldn't like being in space. I mean, I'm the Yahoo who was bothered by the giant plummet below the bridge in the bridge level in Half-Life 2, DJT, so... And that is one of my flaws. It's the same reason I didn't want to play Franbeau yesterday. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring that up again, but what I mean by that is I am very much a person who gets invested in the video games I'm playing, right? It's not just a video game. There's no distance. There's no gap here. So I get into it. I'm in the middle of it. It's one of the reasons why when the game does something that pushes me out of the game, I consider that a negative, right? So it's hard for me to distinguish myself between what I'm doing and what I am. And I do count that as a flaw, but I also don't regret it at all, because I prefer to be that way. I would rather care about the fate of Shepard, for example, than to not be bothered by Franbeau. I will take space over underwater 10 times out of 10, Gum Gum. What? Okay. sharks. We like sharks. It's like a hammerhead. Yeah, the ocean has other problems to me, and I agree with Scion on both of those. It's one of the reasons why I actually think a Subnautica 2, or I guess a Subnautica 3 at this point, that is centered in space, you know, asteroids and surviving that instead of underwater, would work really well. You remember I talked about that when we were finishing up the Subnautica run. I mean, just call it Astronautica. Or Subnautica 3 Astronautica, if you want to do that. No, No Man's Sky is actually Starfield 2. Oh god, that would be great. Making solar flares like an environmental hazard, and there's ways to cope with it. There's ways to deal with it. But if you're just caught out in space when a solar flare hits, managing your oxygen. So someone mentioned the cold, but check this out. Managing your heat, you're overheating. I forget how this works. Someone who's smarter than me help me out here, but I know that in space, coolant, keeping yourself cool is actually a huge problem because your heat doesn't dissipate naturally. So you would need to actually manage your heat in space. You see why I started thinking this direction. I think a Astronautica would be awesome. There are so many things that you could do with that. You could even make the goal relatively nearby. Like, say the goal is literally just to get down to the planet that's right next to you, right? So you could see the planet that's your goal, but obviously if you just re-enter orbit, you'll just burn up and you'll die. So you need to make a ship or make a pod capable of withstanding that or something like that. And, you know, we can throw in some story stuff along the way, just like Subnautica does, to vary it up a bit. Yeah, gravity, there's another example of this kind of concept. Yeah, exactly. You're just in a junk belt. Bunch of debris there, probably from the ship you used to be in. You could even add a hazard, either as a regular environmental thing, or as a manually crafted scenario of, I forget what it's called, but the term for the debris which is still orbiting really, really, really fast. And so, like, you're orbiting at this rate, but there's this debris that would just occasionally go and just chipper shred through it, right? And, like, you know, obviously there's no defense against that. There's just avoiding it. Yeah, the ballistic thing. Ooh, loading. There we go.
Alright, we're in. Let's find a working escape vessel.
I don't think she can hear you right now. Or do anything right now. Yeah, space junk is actually a real concern for real-life satellites. And it's a growing concern. Looking at you, you jackass. God damn it. Stop being in the way. Whatever. Oh my god. Can I kill this thing? Is there a kill enemy option? Let's go over here. Let's not go over here. Let's run into an invisible wall and or a window. I'm not sure which. Here's me. Apparently Mr. Disco Ball, he's just doing his own thing. All of humanity was wiped out, but by golly, he's bringing disco back. Yeah, if you can hurry up, please, I'd appreciate it. Seriously, Simon, I know you don't really have muscles in the strictest sense of the word right now. Functional muscles might be a better way to put that. FPS horror games I've played with cat and mouse gameplay. Alien Isolation. Resident Evil 2 Remake, if you count that. I don't know what else. I don't think there's any others off the top of my head. Unless you count, like, the Shocks, which I really don't count. I mean, those monkeys suck, but I don't think that counts as cat and mouse gameplay.
Huh? What? Oh, you made it! This is much better. Let's see if we can't get this thing moving. Wait, what? Safety locks are blocking the vessel's release. Are you kidding? How much more of an emergency could this ship be in? It's on the bottom of the sea. Take a look at the engine room and see if you can figure it out. Maybe there's an override or something.
There's monsters out there, like the ones we saw at Lambda.
The more reason to get going.
What?
Come on, you know the drill. Don't look at them or get too close. It'll mess with your circuits.
Ah, shit.
We need to get out of here.
I know, I'm going.
Easy for you to say.
Something is stabilizing the ship. We need to let it know this is an emergency. Convince the ship that this is an emergency. Convince the ship that this is an emergency.
Hey, ship. It's an emergency. Oh, okay. I think she's handling it pretty well, DJT. All things considered. Computer, delete the wife. That's true. Simon's on board. No. Simon's our only hope. There's your emergency. Well, this is a dead end, so we're gonna run. Reposition. He's gonna come this way or that? Yep, he's coming this way. This way, run right into him. Die horribly.
The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact is imminent. Attention crew, this is your captain speaking. The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed. Impact is imminent.
That's a good question. I never know. Well, let's heal really quick.
Attention crew, this is your captain.
Not really, Cyclone Soldier. But then again, I do like atmospheric horror. So I suppose the answer is yes. And I like this. You know, I like Subnautica. I like Metroid. I like Half-Life. So that's kind of my thing.
Attention crew, this is your captain speaking.
What game has my favorite audio logs? Believe it or not, all these years later, System Shock 2 is still probably at the top for me. It's been a long time, but that game had really good audio design, really good voice acting, and knew exactly how to do it.
The final efforts to stop the comet have officially failed.
Got it. Ugh.
Attention crew, this is your
I
captain.
haven't actually played either Amnesia game, and probably never will. Oh yeah, Paragus was another good example of this kind of thing that I like. Someone do me a favor. What's the speedrun any % record for this game? I'm just curious. "58 minutes. That's actually longer than I thought. That answers that. Reactor temp steady. A lot of the oral going throughout here. How about now? How is safe mode slower? Seriously, why would safe mode be slower? That's just weird. Hammered it. Oh, no, not quite. Not quite. This is not where I want to be. Actually, not even sure where I want to be. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. Come on. Ah, it's true, Estimate. Rip. Rip. I wonder what this is like if you do it with safe mode on. Does he just chase you and then stare at you if he catches you? That'd actually be funny. Europa Universalis 4, if any hurry.
Reactor collapse imminent. Proceed to the emergency process.
Yeah, this isn't horrifying at all, by the way. In fact, I'm just gonna say this bluntly. Modern Warfare 1 has a better chase sequence than this. I'm also not 100% sure where I'm going, which is part of the problem. That's a wall. So we're dead. Come on. Damn it, Suffocom! Alright, hang on. I need to go to destroy Savacom by making her actually read the extant thing. No, wait. Why does your computer hate you? I don't know, Michael. Ugh. I will fix your computer by shaking it. Wait, no. It's Hollywood, right? So the first thing you do to fix a computer is smack the monitor, because that fixes the computer. How many times have you seen that in a film? It's hacking 101. Smack! There we go. Like, percussive maintenance is a real concept. But that's not what that is. What I said was thank you, Savacom. As always, appreciate. And, to say it out loud, those are going towards Thief 2, Trails in the Sky 2, and Kirby and the Forgotten Awesome. I was also saying you should totally poke your head in the Extant channel sometime. Evo's been putting together some pretty cool stuff. Had to do a little bit of retconning to make things fit, but we did. It's cool. I know some people think the computer's just the CPU. Which, for the record, is not something I agree with.
Reactor collapse imminent.
Well, I know that feeling very much, Savacom. I have not had a lot of energy lately myself. So I'm going to be completely honest, and I'm an idiot. I didn't notice those red dots until someone pointed them out to me. I was just going off of memory. I just had the camera up here. Doofus. It is pretty much like saying the computer, the human is just the brain. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
Now let's get the hell out of here.
It's taking so long.
I need to pump all the water out before we take off.
Can't you do it any faster?
I'm almost there. All right, here we go. Hold on to something.
That's SOM, Savacom.
Can you steer this thing?
Starboard rudder is choking, but I can compensate.
How do you even know what direction we're going in?
Don't worry, I'm hooked up to the navigator. We're headed for Theta. Should be a matter of minutes.
I thought I was done for back there.
Seems like the WOW is keeping the Curie from going into a catastrophic failure state. I mean, how did it get on the ship?
Are you talking about the black tentacles in the engine room? I've seen them before at Upsilon. What are they?
They're a manifestation of a malfunctioning station-wide artificial intelligence called the WOW.
Station-wide? So we just made a powerful enemy.
No, it's not like that. The AI isn't a persona. It doesn't feel or think like we do. It's more like a cancer.
Good description for the WAU.
Looks like your sabotage worked better than expected. Brace for impact! Hold on, the blast just pushed us off the plateau!
What does that mean?
If I don't hit Delta, we're dead.
Cool. I like dying. We've actually already died once in this game. Like, actually died. You know, the Modern Warfare comparisons keep coming. We play multiple characters in this game. 3 that I know of. Well. It's a little disorienting, gotta be real.
I'll never get this open.
Yes, death is when you've lost your ability to love! Or however they phrased it.
Oh, hey, little guy. Didn't expect to see
What
you.
happens if you don't save him?
Don't worry, Kath. I'll find a way to Theta.
Oh wow, we really did get junked there, didn't we? Yeah, we should name our bot. I'm thinking Loader Bot. I should also pull up the question queue. I keep missing questions here. Let's see. Space Cadet is not here anymore, so I can't answer that one. Paranoid Android is also... Nope, Paranoid Android's right there. Did I use the duct tape flashlight mod? So I finished Doom 3 before that mod came out. So no, I never actually played with that one. So I just had the full experience of shoot, flashlight, shoot, flashlight. Gameplay negative, by the way. If we ever review Doom 3, which we probably will someday. You know the really funny thing? Is there's only one positive to story I can think of off the top of my head for Doom 3. And it's for humor, of all things. Oh yeah, super scary, Gum Gum. It's like you're wearing clothing that's just a little itchy, and you can't, like, scratch. And that makes it more immersive, right? I'm being facetious. I'm terrible with my analogies today. I don't know what's up with me. Let's see, other questions here. Crazy Nurse says, I'm betting the idea of playing I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is more horrifying to me. One of the most depressing games of all time. Yeah, I'm not sure why that game is considered depressing, to be completely honest. I suppose we'll find out if it's ever funded.
Hell of a day. Am I right? Can't believe how much I'm sweating in this suit.
Hey, could you maybe help? I need to get to Theta.
Give me some room, will you?
Hey, you!
Don't stand there. You know better than that.
Listen.
Don't worry about it. I got this.
Hey, you!
Help me out here, will you? I think I need some vacation soon. Have to speak with Akers about that. Isn't that right?
Game is considered funded when it's funded? I don't understand the question. Thanks, Loaderbot. Appreciate it. Have a look right at the flare. So, Paranoid says, with no list, what's the next game? Well, the queue is still there. So, if you go to the website and click the queue, you will see what the next games are, in order, even. You can also type !next into chat right now, which will give you a link directly to that same page. You can also type in !upcoming, and a few other things.
You saw that, right? You saw Akers fucking injecting that shit into them?
He got me pretty bad.
I think I made it worse pulling away. I can feel it bleeding out. Can you see him?
Fuck. He got on the Zeppelin. He's going back to Theta. We have to warn them.
Good luck with that. The platform radio is dead. Remember?
The Lumar Annex should work. It has to.
Yeah. You go. I'm not gonna make it. I'm just not.
Come on, Evans. We have to warn them. Come on.
Join the many. Here, I mean, hi, what's up? You're not an idiot, Paranoid Android. It's just... I get questions like that literally daily sometimes, so... kind of have the pre-programmed responses, you know what I mean? But yeah, the queue is still there. Now, Hyperspeed Folklore asks for clarification. What is qualified for funding? So, the primary thing that matters for how much priority a game takes to be funded is how long it is. Once upon a time, we didn't charge by the hour. That was a really, really bad mistake. Because a game that was 4 hours and a game that was 120 hours both cost the same amount. And if you ever wondered why we're so behind on the queue, that's why. Yes, this was before Persona 5. You know how much priority I charged for... Well, okay. Actually, I wasn't even charging priority back then. I was charging money. You know how much money I charged for Persona 5? $60. Yep. So we don't do that anymore. But I wanted a way for people to be able to contribute regardless of having tons of money. That's why I came up with the priority system. So, for example, the way you can generate priority is either by donating money or donating interest. 15 people who all pitch in $1, or one person who pitches in $15, both of those push the priority up. Priority is a factor, or no, a resultant of the factors of interest and money. So more people equals more priority, more money equals more priority. So that's what priority is. Now, therefore, now that you understand that, how much funding a game takes is X, whatever the hours of the game. And of course I have to estimate, because I can't tell exactly, but however many hours the game takes, roughly, times, a variable which is dependent on some other factors, which then gives us our priority goal. If the list was up right now, and if you remember the list, you remember it's bars, right? Well, once that bar is filled to 100%, that's funded. Hopefully all of that makes sense. I swear it makes sense in my head. Yeah, we played Persona 5 Royal. That is correct. I've actually put a huge amount of thought into how we run the system of getting games funded and run over the years to try and make it as...
Probably for the best. Not sure I trust the shuttle train anymore.
To make it as you-friendly and you-positive as I can. Yeah, exactly. I do have to make it at least a little bit fair to myself because, again, Persona 5. I also tend to put dealer's choice towards games that need...
You put in a good word for me? I'm not sure that's a good thing. Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Towards games that are kind of not getting a lot of attention, but have had a lot of loyalty. I don't have a raw factor for loyalty, but for example, if there's a game that someone's been donating to regularly for like 2 years, I'm probably going to donate dealer's choice towards that in order to, reallocate dealer's choice to that in order to try and reward them for that loyalty and to get that run funded, which might otherwise not be funded. 2 examples of games like that are the game I'm playing right now and the game we played yesterday. Both of those games had a fairly large amount of interest or money put towards them that weren't funded, so I put dealer's choice towards it to finish them off. I absolutely dealer's choice Tangled, so you would stop donating towards it. That is a true statement. And yeah, there are several games... Unfortunately, there's too many games which fall into that category, so... I tend to rotate around which ones I put the dealer's choice towards. Like right now I have a list of games which I'm just going to go ahead and fund in order to tap them off. Those are Okami HD, Code Vein, Wasteland 3, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14. My reflection is the black blood of our Warden Whisper. I need to save them from this hell, let them asleep, lock them in the lucid dreams I've seen. Don't do it, Voice of Authority, no! Oh yeah, STO, Old Republic, and WoW will also all be funded. I'm still debating the exact order of the queue on that one. Because those are happening this year. That's happening. We're kind of locked in on that. The only one I'm not sure about is WoW, but the other 2 are definitely happening this year. No really, no really, no really. Thank you, Voice of Authority. I will put those towards dealer's choice. Very much. Give me a moment. WoW will take a while to cover. WoW might take longer than FF14. It's actually not... It's funny, because WoW will be... We will cover content quicker, because WoW is less time-wasty, to put that as nicely as I can. But WoW also has substantially more content to it, so... Where's the... I was just looking at it. The light is hurting my eyes. He's telling me I don't need this vitreous flesh inside my skull to see salvation. I will gladly remove them. Stop them from obfuscating this divine mission. Yeah, I also know WoW inside and out. So, it'll be easier for me to cover certain aspects of WoW because I know WoW. I did a lore run of WoW. It's exciting to watch WoW claim Delta. Half a year ago I'd be worried. I'd have Goya and WoW and clear the black blood from the machinery. Now its crusty surface seems to complement, even outshine what Delta was. So this guy lost it. The ARR of WoW will be BC. Pretty much 1-to-1. BC will also probably take the longest because it's the sloggiest and the boringest. Which is why we're doing it first, of course. I remember my lore run stuff pretty well. Not the nitty-gritty details, but in the if you remind me of it, I'll remember it immediately kind of a way. Yeah, those are his eyeballs, by the way. He tore out his eyes. So, that's cool. Essentially, yeah. Well, nothing in here, apparently. Like, seriously, is there nothing going on in here? Did I miss something? The body's almost assuredly in right here, in this thing I can't open. Okay, so if this is just... I mean, it's... Sorry, I don't mean to sound so negative. It's just, it felt like the game was directing me in here. Let's see, questions. Zion asks, have you seen the Babadook? Either way, no, I've never heard of that, sorry. Now, Creator XZ1335, I have heard of that. Thank you, Creator, very much. I do always appreciate muchly. If you know what you want to put that sub towards, do please let me know. Oh yeah, while we're on the subject of how the system works, one question I get semi-often is, what do you do, Lore, if someone doesn't put a game towards, put a sub or a bits or a donation towards anything? I usually let it sit there for a bit. I actually have a little list of, like, a temporary holding area, for lack of a better way to call it. And if it sits there for long enough, I'll just slot it into dealer's choice. Yeah, it eventually goes into the pot. The reason, so you're probably wondering, why do you sit on it for a bit? So something that happens surprisingly often is I'll get someone who will be like, hey, Lore, remember that sub I gave you 2 days ago? Could you put this towards such and such? And I'll say, no problem, because I've got it right there in the temp holding. And yeah, that happens weirdly often, so I'm kind of used to that at this point. I wasn't sure if the Streamination format would work, so I'm going to say I was leaning towards no. I'm actually really happy it does work, though, because I was always going to discontinue the show ruminations as soon as we finish Trek, which we have. Command and Conquer, I can do. You got it. You got it, Kay. Just for you, Kay, I will horrifically murder everyone in my way. I will say, this is for Kay! Oh, God! I'm like, yes! Suffer! Suffer for Kay's amusement! Is there a story behind this combo? Kind of, but not a really interesting story. So, there's sort of a psychological thing where you, oh yeah, I wrapped that up literally last year, Ross. There's a psychological thing where you trick yourself, right? You do little things to trick your brain into being better or operating better. Things like making your bed, even if you don't need to, or keeping your workspace clean, or having nice big open spaces around you so you don't feel cloistered in. These don't practically affect you, but they psychologically affect you, and you do them on purpose to make yourself work better. Make sense? So what I originally started doing was I started kind of doing the suit and tie thing to make myself feel a little bit more professional, a little bit more like I was working, because I was. It just helped me get into the mindset. And I liked the overall appeal of it. I actually like suit and tie just in general. Like, the suit and tie combo is something that I enjoy wearing just in normal life. Now, I switched over to these kind of coats instead of the actual blazer, which I still have in my closet, because the blazer sucks. As with most blazers, its shoulders have way too much padding in it, and it looks kind of bad, especially if I start to relax a little bit and it starts to ride up over here. I hated it. So I started looking into other options and other possibilities for a while there. In fact, I actually went to several actual clothing stores. If you pay attention to my Twitter, several years ago, you might find a specific thing of me wearing a bright red sequins suit as one of the suits I was looking into as an alternative. Eventually, I settled on this one, though, because I like the style of it. I like the presentation. This is actually a London Fog, which is a good coat in general. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it. I also wanted to do a slightly different thing for the pre-recorded stuff. I actually am curious about that black mold. So that's why I wear the black suit, which is right there, for the pre-recorded stuff, the ruminations, whereas I wear the white suit for the live stuff, the streaminations. That way, anybody who probably hasn't even thought about it or processed it can tell immediately if I am live, or if I was live, or if this is a fully pre-recorded thing. You just have to check the color of my suit. Yeah, believe it or not, I actually put a lot of thought into what I do. Even the little stuff.
Come in, Strasky. Can you hear me? Theta, listen. Akers is headed for Theta.
Delta Lumar Annex, getting a signal but no audio.
Strasky, it's Komorebi. Akers has gone mad. He's dangerous. Strasky!
Sorry, Delta. Still no audio. Try calling from another access point.
Strasky, I can try sending. I have pictures.
Yep, that's pretty horrible. I don't know what the suffering is, Scion. So I don't know. I don't think I've heard of it. Now, someone asked a question. Oh, Asdamine says, can Prime subs be towards game? Yes! A Prime sub is, from my perspective, no different than a sub-sub. I get the exact same amount of money from it, and it is the exact same thing in terms of notification, protocol, and paperwork. So, yeah, you can put a sub, you can put bits, you can put anything towards a run, as long as it's putting towards other things. Okay. Doesn't actually help me any, but whatever. Oh yeah, somebody asked how I would fix the Skyrim thing. Hang on, let me pull up this here. Why is it easier to make a Batman game than a Superman game? That's easy. It's easy to challenge Batman in typical combat. It is much harder to make a system that works for Superman. Because Batman, all you need to do to challenge him is throw somebody he can punch. If you throw someone you can punch at Superman, then they're vaporized. Hang on, I'm actually really behind on the question queue here. Give me a second. What location would I set a secret scientific laboratory to if it was up to me? Probably like just downtown in some city. Just rent one of those little warehouses that nobody ever looks at. Set it up there. Delete, 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 delete. Is there any Halo ships out on my fleet? No. Delete, 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 delete. Falling behind here. Games that have you using or abusing bureaucratic power to great effect. Papers, Please. That's another one. I know I said EU4 last time. Pretty much right. Yeah, Kira. That's exactly right. An AI to sentient robots who aren't Borg-like would be Jungian psychological public consciousness. What? I don't know what that means. An AI to sentient robots who aren't Borg-like would be Jungian psychological public consciousness. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. And then there's a question about that thing. Paranoid asks, what is the streamability gap? So I have 3 rough requirements for streaming a game. It has to be possible, it has to be feasible, it has to be acceptable. In that order. Possible is obvious. I have to be able to do it. It has to be possible to do. Now, that's obvious, right? But you might think, well, that's easy. There are some games that there's problems with regards to streaming, either because they're no longer available, or because it's really, really hard to get a copy of it, or whatever, right? Because I do have to legally own the game that I'm streaming. So, for example, there's some, like, a bad example, but if I was to want to stream the original Warcraft 3 right now, that would be problematic, right? The possible line is pretty easy to get around, though. So then we move on to the next thing. Feasible. Because it's possible to stream Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. It is possible to stream Path of Radiance on the GameCube, and it is possible to stream... Hang on. Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. But all of those games have feasibility problems. Either they're too expensive to get a hold of, or I have to jump through way too many hoops to get them into streamable status, right? Now, the acceptability thing doesn't matter this, because your question is, what's the streamability gap? The streamability gap affects those first 2 things. So, older games, from the 90s, or even 80s, or 70s, are really easy to emulate. We've locked that in at this point. It's literally easier for me to stream a game from 1985 than it is for me to stream a game from 2005, generally speaking. Games that are more modern, pretty much from the PS3 and onwards era, are pretty easy to stream because by that point in time we figured out things like HDMI and output and modern architecture when it comes to PC games, right? But in between those things, which is about from 2000 to about 2008 or so, is what I call the streamability gap. Some of those games are much harder to get a hold of, or much harder to get streaming, one way or another. Like I said, it's either not possible or it's not practical. This path, right here, stop dead, because stream delay. To say, I haven't followed the rails yet, and that's what I was going to do here. Now, the streamability gap is a vague term. There are plenty of games within the streamability gap range that I can stream, and I have streamed. But usually those are games that are either more, well-designed or have a modern port. Like, I can stream Final Fantasy X because it's out on PC. It got a port, right? I could stream... Half-Life, because it's Half-Life. You get the general idea. So it kind of varies, but there's a lot of games there I've had to say no to just because of, impracticality. Now, there's a thing where you can use some third-party programs and third-party software in order to essentially force a game into streamable status, right? Those I don't like doing. They have caused me issues in the past, and I've basically decided after several experiences to just kind of write that off, you know? Just be like, no, I'm good. So that falls under feasibility. There was actually a game recently which I had that exact same issue with. Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. So, for example, Prince of Persia, Sands of Time has a PS4, a PS2, and a PC version. However, the PC version requires third-party software to get running. The PS2 version is unavailable or too expensive, and the PS4 version was one I couldn't even find a copy of. So I had to say no to Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, because feasibility. Make sense? I know this because this is recent. It's the same exact reason why we had to say no to Silent Hill 2, which is another one we covered recently. We were talking about that earlier today. Yeah, I had to take Path of Radiance off the list because I couldn't get a feasible copy of it. It's one of the reasons why the moment someone donates for a certain game, one of my rules now is I have to immediately purchase a copy of that game if I don't already have it, because Path of Radiance didn't used to be $200 when someone added it to the list. Because some games enter. It's up to 600 now. Jesus. Yeah, some games drift into the streamability gap over time. Why not charge extra to run it? No. Not only do I think that's unfair, but also I don't agree with it in general. And frankly, and this is just me being as blunt as I can, the list is gargantuan. There are literally over 500 games on the list. I'm not super worried about not adding a new game to the list, no matter what that game is. So I don't feel overly bad about having to say no about any game at this point in time. Yeah, if I didn't already own Lufia 2, because I bought it back in the day, it might qualify for the streamability gap. I do, it's right there, but still. I had to buy PS2 copies of the Xenosagas in order to make that workable. Alright, so the Blood Room was this one, I think. Let's see what panel I'm missing here. So I already did that, yep. And I already did that, yep. Tor is going to be funded, yes. I already looked at that, and I can't interact with that. I guess we'll do this thing? I thought this was a heal, so I didn't interact with it last time. I actually did buy a European copy of Terranigma. Fortunately, I was able to get that on the cheap. So that wasn't too bad. Okay, that didn't do anything. Oh, the eyeball room. Okay, I thought there was nothing in there, but alright. Go back to that room. I don't remember where it was. Landing pad? I don't think so. I'm extremely lost right now. I'm going to be completely honest about that. Granted, we've been talking about other topics, but I officially have no idea where I'm going. I thought I did, and then both of those led to dead ends, and so now I'm just lost. It's, this way, I think. Wish I had some kind of a map or something, but whatever. I think that's this way? Right here, I think. Yep, there's the control room. So this is the eye room. The thing everybody told me there was nothing else in. Wait, no, this isn't the eye room. This is the other room. Damn it. No, no, hang on. That's not the eye room. This must be eye room then. Oh, hello. This looks like a panel. Aha! Okay. Okay, so this is what I have to adjust the thing for. Okay.
Strasky, you can see the Zeppelin now.
Good. Sorry about the mess. Without the positioning system, the Zeps just keep losing their set routes. Voljet did say that you could have fixed it on your side by rejigging the antenna. I guess it doesn't matter now. Are all of you coming?
No, just me, Goy, and Creer. Akers is set on being a stubborn old man.
All right. See you soon, Brandon. Happy evac.
No, you're fine, UDT.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Terry. I mean, Mr. Akers, sir.
I've changed my mind. I would like to come to Theta. Let Delta sleep.
Of course. Wow. Honestly, didn't expect to hear from you again. Such a long time since you checked in. We have a few divers in a Zeppelin surveying Lambda at the moment. I'll just make sure they pick you up when they're done.
Thank you for the warning. I'll make sure they feel welcome.
Okay. See you when you get here.
You know, I hate to keep comparing this to System Shock, but you remember how in System Shock 2 there was the one dude who, like, willingly converted to the many? And infiltrated the rest of the ship and kind of messed with everybody because of that, you know? Alright, so Zeppelin... Hang on. We need Zeppelin 049, which is up north by Theta. Okay. Yeah, that guy, Paranoid Android. Okay, so now I gotta remember where the antenna was, because I actually already saw the antenna, I just didn't know what to do with it at the time, so I left it be. Where the hell was the antenna? It's right here! I knew it! I was hoping to see something like a landmark or something to indicate where it was. Well, this is the eyeball room. I'm almost positive this is the eyeball room. So, let's roam out a little bit here. Okay. Cool. That's cool. Was it Diego? It's been a little while since I've played through System Shock 2. Last time I did was for the Rumination. I don't even remember what I did in that playthrough. Yeah, I think you're right. This is why we're not going to beat this game today. Don't worry, I plan to take a short lunch to make up for the fact that... Ah, there it is. The fact that today's a short day. Okay. So... Okay, that's simpler than I thought it was. So, yeah, okay, we have a link now to 049. So back over here. Let's see, so there's that. It's the control room, which means it would be over here.
Well, Zeppelin's on its way. Gotta get ready.
I'm ready. What was that?
Definitely the Zeppelin.
Oh, there it is. Careful, little buddy. Don't get too far out there. Come on, little buddy. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, whatever.
Calm down. We're safe.
Oh, it's really disconcerting popping in and out of existence like that.
I bet.
Where are we now?
Delta. At least that's what you said before the crash.
Oh, right. Of course. Is this a Zeppelin?
Appropriately named. You think it can get us to Theta?
It's a cargo transport. They use them for moving materials between the sites, anything that's too big for the shuttles. I'm sure it can carry us. Why won't it work? Come on. Oh, the tool chip is bust.
Isn't that part of the Omni tool?
Look who's been paying attention.
I had to deal with that back at Upsilon.
Then you know how it works. We need to get a new tool chip and switch it.
Care to point me in the direction of the closest tool chip storage?
I think it would be easier to just take one from a robot.
What? Just knock a robot over the head and steal their chips?
The toolbox over there says it has a stun baton. You could use that.
Come on. I don't want to hurt anyone. Isn't this a bit much?
It's just a robot, Simon.
We're just robots. Sort of. I'll get us a chip.
I mean, she's got a point. By she, I mean he. He's got a point.
Guess I have no choice.
Nope, he just said, DJT, I have no choice. It's time to murder the robot. Murder time, fun time. Where'd he go? There he is. I see him right there. Ready to murder. Horrific murder death. Engage. Oh, wait. Swerby has bought him a few seconds. Thank you, Swerby. Always appreciate. Muchly. Thank you.
Man, you can really tell when Astrid is off plan.
Why would I hurt Loaderbot? Loaderbot's cool. Listen, Savicom, I have to murder an innocent civilian right now, and I can either murder the innocent little puppy, or the dude complaining about his work.
Oh, come on.
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. I do actually like this choice.
This works.
We can literally murder someone we know is a brain scan of a person, or the completely non-communicative, but very helpful little drone who's been helping us out this whole time. Now, I chose the dude for admittedly some slightly spoilery reasons, but again, let's be clear. Being stuck down here in this hell forever, or until your circuits eventually give out. No, I'll take death, thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Simon. Don't be mad, okay? We really needed that chip. We'd be stuck here.
Could you do it? Kill a robot like that?
I get attached to them too. I'm not a monster. But in this case, it had to be done.
He was talking. I mean, he was delusional, but he seemed sincere. Present.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine.
Was he really that different from us?
No.
It's just beginning to sink in. I mean, really sink in. I'm a robot.
Didn't we cover this already?
Guess I've known ever since I woke up at Upsilon. I just keep suppressing it. Like my brain doesn't want me to think about it. It's really getting hard not to think about it.
Yeah. Could you maybe hit that switch over there so we could get moving?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, save the existentialism, please. God, you're not a person anymore. You're a robot. Get on with it. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch, for being part of my show. As always, I'll put that towards Arkham Origins. Get over yourself, pansy. Jeez. Now keep murdering people already. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, what?
Thanks.
So, who's ready for a giant shark to lunge out and attack us, sending us plummeting into the depths, and then we'll have to do a pitch black section? What do you want to bet? I don't actually know. We're actually kind of off the map for me. There's only one other thing I know about that we haven't covered so far. And technically two. The ending's one of them. And what the WAU is doing is the other. So yeah, this freaks me out. Infinite nothingness in all directions. Remember I was talking about that earlier? Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool.
You did really good back there, Simon.
Oh, thank God.
We got a slight delta detour.
I can see something.
Yeah.
We should touch down on a cargo platform just outside Theta. Then we just head inside, grab the Dunbat, and head down the abyss. 4,000 meters. That's we don't have to worry, though, because with the Dunbat, the Ark could have been in the Mariana Trench. It'll hold for anything.
That's great.
And then we can start listening to other people when they talk, because that's how conversations work.
What? Oh, sorry. I just can't stop thinking about what we've become. It's clear that we're no longer human. But then how can I feel like Simon? How can I feel like anything at all? I mean, technically, I don't have any ears, no mouth. Christ, that's a weird thing to think about. I mean, I'm making sounds. I'm still saying things.
You sure are. Okay. Your new body most likely has senses similar to those you had as a human. And your mind, only knowing one way to perceive the world, superimposes that skill set on top of your new features.
So my mind is covering it up, pretending nothing's different.
If it didn't, you'd probably be incapable of interacting with the world at all. And the stress would either kill you or make you go insane.
So I've found a good balance between awareness and ignorance. Does that mean I shouldn't think about this stuff, or are my thoughts actually making me go? Could I tip the balance by suddenly gaining some insight and go insane?
I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, we have real things to deal with. Saving mankind, remember? Speaking of which, we're closing in on Theta. I'll eject the Omnitool. As always, don't forget to take me with you.
Kath, before you go, the artificial intelligence you mentioned in the escape vessel?
Uh-huh, yeah, the Warden unit, the WOW.
Is it the WOW's fault that we're like this? I mean, it seems like something an unreliable AI would do.
I suppose it set the ball in motion, but it's not directed with purpose. It's really complicated to explain how machines think, Simon. Concentrate on getting inside Theta, okay? See you soon.
So, what I do find interesting about this is actually how real-life coping works in a way. Not the delusional part. I mean, that is part of it. What I mean is, we tend to... The mind has a built-in mechanism to prevent a flood. A flood of input of any kind. Whether it's something that breaks your world center, or it's too much sensory input, or too much pain, for example. The mind has the ability to just kind of put up that wall. So as this comes in, it's effectively blocked from going in. Now, what's really interesting, what's really cool, is the mind also has the ability to then slowly process what's happening to let that leak in, but in a more controlled fashion. So you start to understand what's happening, but only bit by bit, so you don't get overloaded. And I mention that because that's exactly what Simon's going through here, despite the fact that he's not in a brain anymore. His mind still operates in the same pattern. He is slowly acknowledging and taking in what is true about him, so that he can process it in an orderly fashion, in a way that doesn't flood him or overwhelm him. I just think it's cool that they actually did that fairly accurately. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Hyperspeed Folklore. It's why people tend to get defensive when you challenge them in one manner or another. Like, if I walked up to you one day and said, hey, so gravity doesn't exist, bear with me for a second. Your first reaction would be, and just nope. And if I start trying to demonstrate that gravity doesn't exist, if I start showing that gravity doesn't exist, the most logical reaction you're going to have is disbelief, denial. You're going to get defensive about it. You're going to pull back like no. Because it's such a natural and overwhelming part of your existence, you know, gravity being a thing, that it's going to be like, well, hang on. God, this stuff is everywhere, isn't it? And yes, that's also why certain chemical reactions, mostly drugs, can be very, very dangerous, because they can interfere with that mental coping.
Strasky, wake up Dr. Masters. We're bringing in anchors.
What's wrong?
What can I say? He's had a rough day.
Jesus Christ. He's all butchered by structure shrapnel. The valve sure did a number on him.
Brandon, flip the panic switch on the suit. I don't want to burn through the oxygen.
You're kidding, right? He's fucking hanging on by a thread. We need to move him.
Strasky, get the infirmary ready. We need to move fast.
Wait. Where are Komorabi and the others?
This is all we got. I guess it's still at Delta.
I can't do this on my own. Grab the other side.
Strask, ready or not, we're coming in.
All right. See you soon.
So we're starting to see more of Acre's story here, as he slowly infiltrates his way across what's left of the bases. I'm going to jot something down over here. Yep.
That's everything right? Thank you, Catherine. Wait. Am I already here?
Hello?
Who is that? Mark?
No, we haven't met before.
Is this Mark?
I think we're safe.
Oh, I was so worried something had gone wrong.
What's your name?
Robin Bass. Theta Field Service Technician.
Nice to meet you, Robin. How did you get here?
I got scanned, like the others. And then I killed myself. At least I think so. I can't remember that part.
How does that work? Did dying get you into the Ark?
Wow, you're definitely not from Theta. Let me guess, Omicron? Wasn't sure Catherine would be able to scan you guys. You're lucky. There was a lot of talk about this at Theta. The idea is, when you're activated in the Ark, there's basically two of you, right? One human, one living scan in the Ark. You don't want your copy to survive you. You yourself want to survive on the Ark. If the human you dies before the scan is initiated, or closely after, you yourself would live on in the Ark. Amazing, right?
Good afternoon, exclamation mark. No, we're not quite done with the horror games, comma. We're dealing with a game all about downloading people's brains into artificial intelligences and living on as robots, period. It's supposed to be all existential, period.
Is this what it's supposed to look like?
Did Catherine put you up to this? Killing yourself?
Nope.
Catherine Chun? No. I don't think you understand. She just did scans and put them into the Ark. I hope I get to meet her soon so I can apologize. She always got into trouble with Strohmeyer when someone killed themselves.
I think she's okay with it.
Where is everyone? I thought there would be like 40 or 50 people here.
I don't know. I'll let you know if I see anyone.
By the way, second reference to continuity.
Robin, I'm not sure how to say this.
What?
This is...
Yeah?
Pretty amazing, right? I mean, the Ark.
Yeah, it's great. Catherine and the guys have really pulled through. They saved us all.
See you later.
Will do.
Because he went crazy, or stupid, Traxia. So we can murder this woman. And let's be clear, this is murder.
Something different.
But let's examine our choice here, really. Actually, I would. You know what? I'm going to walk this back. I don't actually call this murder at all. This is euthanizing, right?
Where is everyone? I'm not the only one who got scanned.
Because we could leave this person down here until eventually the wires run out, or the battery runs out, or whatever.
Mark. Hello?
With no one to interact with, no input, no life, no nothing. Trapped in this coral gunk. Or we can kill her.
Different, though. Where'd it go?
There's no choice here. Yeah, this is the old do not resuscitate question. Yes, she was also on depleting copium. We just talked about that, actually. She was very slowly becoming aware of just how screwed she was. Very slowly. She was just starting to have the first rumbling thoughts of something's wrong. And that's it. Give her another few days, weeks, months, it would eventually have occurred to her just how screwed and how horrific her situation was. And at that point, that is officially worse than death. I do find it interesting Simon was incapable of telling her, though.
I can figure this out.
I mean, I can't. I'm stupid. I'm even stupider than Simon. What is this? Star Trek First Contact? Jesus. Come on. Right. So hang on. Apparently I shouldn't go inside yet? I was writing a story once about a particular battle, and it was just so automatic to me that after the battle was paused, the medic team would be allowed to just go out and roam and sweep the battlefield to find any survivors, and to pick up the corpses. I ran that past a family member who served in the military, and they thought I was high for allowing that. I was like, what do you mean? And, you know, so they talked to me about it, and talked about how extremely dangerous and risky and horrible that is. Because it's very, very easy for anybody to just break the rules of war and say, yeah, no. I decided to keep that in the story, though. Probably Venetia. On the story axis, of course. Doesn't really help the gameplay any. There's only one setting I've ever written for hyperspeed folklore, so that's the answer. Okay, that's not quite fair, but if I talk about writing, it's generally going to be in one setting. Hell, even the Trek rewrite technically exists in the extant. Although that's really putting the technically in technically. Exactly, Trihexia. You know, like Deep Impact. Boy, that was a messed up film. Yeah, I don't see anything else to interact with or do or anything, so I'm just gonna get on with it. Although I do see a blinking thing. And I like blinking things, so let's go to the blinking thing.
This thing on? Can everyone hear me?
Go ahead, Strom.
Listen up, all members of staff. The ARC project has caused a lot of arguments the last few months. I'm not going to pretend I understand what the hell Sarang talked about, and how his continuity suddenly made sense to kill yourself. For the fucking love of God, or whatever you think is important, don't kill yourself. This place is miserable enough. Don't force your friends to clean up your blood. Rest in peace. Quality. Good?
Beautiful, sir. All right, everyone. Show's over. Get back to work.
That's a wonderfully pragmatic way to go about it. Like, stop frickin' killing yourself. You're just making a mess for everybody else. Jesus. I have suddenly been told. Must go back. And no, I have not once linguist. And sorry, you asked if this is the first playthrough. Yes, although I know most of the things. A lot of our lovely black licorice goop and coral around here. Looks like they put them in lockers. Eternity among the stars is what that says. Excuse me, eternity among the stars. Lovely place, really. I think I'm making my vacation home here. So Venetia asked a question. For Elder Scrolls future in the single player, should Magic Schools turn the game more into a turn-based strategy system? I would lean towards no. I think there should be more aiming options. Like in Oblivion, for example, our aiming options were touch, ranged, and adding an AoE, right? How about add in like a lock-in option? How about, so like we could have smart missiles, right? So it just automatically homes into the nearest. How about homes into the farthest? How about homes into the highest health in the area? Maybe a thing where you have to manually lock on, so that costs less mana. But you could just, and then fire the spell at that person. It would home in on that particular target, etc., etc., etc. Right? Add targeting options. That's how you do it. And there's a lot more than I just mentioned. Yeah, like a rapid fire. Reduce cooldown? Absolutely. Make like a machine gun spell. Excuse me. There we go. And yes is the answer to your question about the thing for the Elder Scrolls run when we review Skyrim, and hopefully someday I hope to review Morrowind as well.
Hello? Anyone there?
No. Well,
depends. We found Theta.
Find it. Well, yeah, like Magic Missile is actually a good example, because with Magic Missile you can paint, too. To explain what I mean by that a little bit, let's pretend for a moment that that yellow thing, that crate over there, and that box are all enemies, right? So what you could do is you could, like, hold down right-click, for example, and then paint over all three, mark, 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 fire, and then it goes ahead and hits all three of them, all the ones you painted as a target, right? This is another thing you could do. Just asking questions like, what is humanity, or what is life, or other stuff like that, period. Because of the whole uploading brains into robot bodies thing, period. Sorry, my mother, I think I've mentioned this before, Lore Mom's actually really into sci-fi, so this is kind of old hat for her, but my phone didn't get the right word across, so I thought I'd try and clarify a little bit. Yeah, well, I'm going to go for it, DJT. We'll see, we'll see. I'm already planning to take a short lunch. I actually have something I could just reheat specifically for this. Oh, and by the way, I am absolutely in favor of spell creation coming back in Elder Scrolls 6. Because of course I am! What kind of stupid nonsense, whatever, sorry. There we go. Would you take... Anyway, sorry. Interesting. Stress ball. Actually, don't have a stress ball. They did, Raven King. That's true. We talked about it earlier.
We're here? We're here! Okay, great. Time to hijack ourselves a submarine. There will be nothing stopping us when we have the Dunbat.
You guys sure have a lot of machines and vehicles down here. What makes this one so special?
It's the only transport that can go into the abyss without cracking like a can of soup.
If this is one of a kind, then how did they get the Ark down the abyss in the first place?
That's a good question. I suppose they did it the hard way and just walked.
Didn't realize that was an option. Kath, what's it like inside the Ark? Is it like a movie or virtual reality?
No, of course not. It's, like real life, but slightly better. Pleasant temperature, clean air, good weather.
So people in the Ark just walk around pretending it's the real world?
You don't have to pretend, it's perfectly immersive.
And it can just sustain itself?
Yes. Attached to a probe fueled by solar panels, it could survive for thousands of years.
That's amazing. Just thinking about the Earth being what it is and us setting out to save the final remains of humanity, it's...
Heroic?
At least it feels worth doing.
Here we go. The Dunbat! Oh, damn it. I knew it was too good to be true.
What's wrong?
It's quarantined. Hold on. We need a security cipher.
How bad is it?
It's we don't write these things down type of bad.
Maybe someone's still around who can tell us what it is.
Sure. Let's go with that. I'll just unlock the other doors for you so you can explore the station. We need to find someone who knows the cipher. It's the only way to fire up the Dunbat.
Listen, 6 feet, that's all I'm saying. My niece, Savacom, has, she gets these fidget boxes of just stuff she can fidget with. She doesn't have ADD, or at least we don't think she has ADD or anything like that. It's just she gets really bored for long car trips. She prefers playing D&D with her uncle, though. That keeps her more entertained for a longer period of time. But I'm allowed to be happy about that, aren't I? Okay. Oh, the Ark...
Move downstairs.
Why abandon the gate? And the habitat? That's so strange. I don't like this at all.
That's a lot of missing or deceased. But yeah, the Ark isn't a long-term solution. It's I'm not sure what to call that, actually. It's we can't actually... like I said, continuity. It's we don't have a better option, so this is what we got. That's probably the simplest and easiest way to put that. Yeah, a last desperate attempt. That's a good way to put that. Because eventually something will go wrong. Power will run out, or a circuit board will fry, or it'll get hit by a certain bit of radiation, or a random space rock will run into it, and that's going to be the end of it. There will be no continuation. It will be over. That's why I say it's not really a long-term solution. It's actually what I tend to mentally refer to as a mid-term solution. It's obviously not a short-term solution, but it also is not long-term sustainable.
Thanks, Romar. That's a real helpful report. Be quiet, the proxy listens. What happened to Theta? No explanations anywhere.
Kinda sounds like a warning.
Yeah, lots of the I don't know what it is all over the place here. I'm sorry, Finny Horror. It's probably going to be a really good one today, because we actually have finally gotten back to the main quest, and we're actually going out with an objective for the first time in literally months. No, I absolutely do not want to go down here, Black Vulcan. This coral is a little bit too infectious down here. Can new minds be produced in the Ark? Near as I can tell, the answer to that is no. This isn't a true Matrix. They can't introduce new life into it. There's just the lives that are there, and that's it. Okay. Noping out of that place. Huh. Bunch of server banks. Let me grab an axe here. This is actually interesting. Life and environmental control from the WAU. Climate is functional, air is healthy, water's conservative. Waste management is failing. Only 17% energy recovery. So the WAU is dying. Left or right, take a pick. I don't care, but pick. Looks like you're going left. I'm sure about everything. Absolutely everything, Black Vulcan. Definitely not, have no idea what I'm talking about. You asshole! Oh yeah, by the way. Excuse me, sir. Sir? Sir? They haven't really gone into the WAU yet, or why a lot of what it's doing. So we've got kind of a little bit of an idea what's going on with the WAU, but not a full thing. As I say, I'm pretty sure we're going to find out pretty soon. Okay, you're wasting my time. Stop being scary the moment you start wasting my time. Yes, it is definitely intent on spreading. We've seen that already. I think that guy we just saw is the second... Whoops. Second time that we have seen some a human body, let me be very clear about my terminology here, that has being sustained by the coral. The previous woman was, of course, left to right, left to right. Had, like, external artificial lungs. And that guy just there was just immersed in the stuff. Rough. There's a chip to pick up? Speaking of people being sustained by this, so that's 3 now we've seen like this. Can't mercy kill these 2 people, though. That sucks. Hang on, hang on. Die. Die. Oh, whatever. The robot that thought it was a person? Well, that's a good question. And we're dead. Where the hell am I? Oh, there's no chip? Well, then I turned around for no reason. That's okay. That might be why the external lung was required, Bragan, among other things. I mean, the game certainly loves its little jump scares, but they're all pretty obvious, and they're not static, which actually works in its favor. You know when a jump scare is coming because there's an enemy, and an enemy is a jump scare. Harkness. If that's who I'm thinking it is, that I always tell him the truth, Lutter. I don't think I've ever not told him the truth. And let him, you know, deal with the guy from the Institute. So, I'm already injured, so I need to not be fighting people right now, if that's cool.
Good job, Simon.
This better have worked. I'm not going down there again.
Yeah, speaking of which. Oh, I don't care about the gun. You know me. I did it because he deserved to know. Like, I'm pretty big on... Oh, I'm serious. I don't use that gun. I think the first time...
I don't get it either. It's like they all just cleared out.
I'm pretty sure the first time I've ever actually used that gun was for the Fallout replay, which I'm sure you didn't actually watch. Did I say replay? I meant roleplay. Sorry. It's a decent gun. It's actually one of the better energy guns in the entire game. Especially if you get it at the right level. I mean, other than the lights being on and the fact that I'm all wobbly, no, everything's the same. Everything is exactly the same. Forever. There we go. Let's get rid of that wobble, shall we?
What the hell are you doing?
I know it looks bad, but it makes me feel a lot better. Helps me focus.
That's... I mean, that's the wow you're hooking up to.
I need it, okay? I wouldn't have made it this far without it.
Let's just keep going.
It heals me, okay? What do you want from me? I'm definitely not working on behalf of the WoW or anything. Wink. I love how there's just bits of blood occasionally in the WoW circuitry.
What's so interesting downstairs? Just labs and offices. Maybe the shuttle station.
Should we go check?
Rather not. Got a bad feeling about this.
There's an enemy nearby. Which I don't need to deal with. Well, we do have a body, though, Raven King. We are walking around and able to interact with things.
This is where I did my scan. And all the others, I suppose.
You don't remember?
My scan was the first. Had to test the scanner before I could start making promises.
Makes sense. Hey, look, we can just delete some of these scans. Oh my god. Okay, before I even acknowledge the horrific nature of what that is, let's just move on here.
Ah, I see.
What?
Check the terminal. I just want to make sure.
But what is it she sees? We'll come back after a short lunch break to find out.